Oh, look who's up in here just making moves daily. Daily at this point. Shout out to my man Donnie doing his thing.
Is dope.
Shout out Loyal Roots. Shout out Don Dope Roots. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Boy, everywhere.
Man.
That thing that he did for the Obamas. I mean, that's
crazy.
Come on, man. Come on.
That don't even make sense.
Come on. Salute to him for that. You out here doing it for a generational icon.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. So
What's
on
up,
his
everybody?
on his resume, he's got Spike, Ray Allen, the Obamas, D-Lo and KC. Come on, man.
Yep.
There's nothing more. There's nothing left to do. Once he checked off D-Lo and KC, it was over at that point.
I mean, you know.
Obama's cool, but when he checked off D-Lo and KC, it was over.
Who knows what else that dude got in the works. And still made time to put together that site for us.
Yes,
what
indeed.
site you say? DLoandKC.com. Head over to DLoandKC.com and check out our brand new merchandise.
Merch.
That guy. What happened to our merch pictures right there? Hey, I don't know what you come to do.
I don't know what you come to do.
I come to clap my hands. I come to stomp my feet.
My feet. I can have a house party.
If you're more, just by the way, for those who haven't put it together yet.
Oh, man, you see the inspiration.
I mean, just for those who haven't put it together yet.
You see the inspiration.
Come on now.
Shout out 209 Dave Garcia. Yeah. Come on, man.
Let's go. Get yours today, man. They're flying off the shelves. They're flying off the shelves. I don't know what shelves, but they're flying off of them for sure. Oh, man. Come on, man. Shoot. You know what the deal is. If you show up at the house one night, Don, if you drag your ass out the house and come over, you might have already seen it.
Hey, man. I need to practice, but I got it.
I'd already done it. Who knows?
Speaking of, I don't usually do TikTok challenges. I don't know if you checked this one out. They got an Omarion challenge out right now. It's hilarious. Omarion's funny.
Is it the private airplane challenge? Was that Omarion or was that Bow? Who was that?
Oh, that was Bow Wow.
Oh,
the Bow Wow challenge.
Oh, yeah. Fake stunt. I think Bow Wow created a whole industry. They all of a sudden got like social, like you could go like take pictures in something that looked like a private jet, even though it ain't a private jet.
And he was oh yeah, that's right. I did see that. I have seen that.
Like, fam, you on a Southwest flight right now? What you talking about?
Even worse, the man was on Spirit.
Oh, Claude.
I don't know if I'm taking the Spirit, man.
Gonna be me. Let's go, baby. The road to an undefeated season and the first ever NBA championship in Sacramento began last night.
Let's go, damn it.
At the Golden One Center with a preseason victory over the Phoenix Suns. But you can't win every game you play unless you win the first one.
You're trying to go 1-0 every day. Go Hawks.
Every day. That's what Davion said. That's what everybody said. We're going 1-0 every day. And the Sacramento Kings are 1-0 in the preseason. And yes, we're going to overreact. Yes, we're going to talk about all of the good things that happened last night. And yes, we're going to talk about some of the bad things that happened last night. Maybe bad's the wrong word. Maybe the not so good things that happened last night. The good things and the not so good things. And we're not going to do it alone. Mark Jones is going to join us coming up at 12:50.
Ooh, that's boy Mark Jones be looking. That boy, that's a smooth dude. That's a smooth dude. You hear him on obviously on Kings calls, but I hear him college football every week, and he's just smooth, man. He got bars. He has
I mean, and
bars.
he does Zoom calls with pictures of him and President Obama in the background. Like, I mean, that's a healthy flex right there. He's courtside with his Louis bag. Like, that's a strong flex right
Come
there.
on, man. No, nobody's flexing harder right now than Mark Jones. He's just
Indeed,
not doing it.
he deserves it, man. And that's our Mark Jones. So he's going to be with us coming up at 12:50. Matt George, he doesn't flex the same way, but that's all right. He got more of like
flex.
he got like a backpack more than a Louis bag.
Yeah,
he rocked with like a Jan Sport backpack,
yeah,
but he wears it.
He's toughing it. He's toughing it out here.
He wears it. Matt George will be with us for his weekly visit coming up at 3:20.
Matt George, I think so. I'm doing some research right now. Yeah. Well, it was Matt George. I gotta ask him about something.
Okay,
I gotta ask him about something.
all right.
You know, I understand. We all content creators out here, but I gotta ask him about something.
Okay. Matt showing out, huh? Okay. He does that once in a while. Every once in a while, you got to talk to him. We'll talk to Matt George.
I mean, I did a double take. I said, what?
That's a 3-hour tease, folks. You got to be with us at 3:20 for that all to pay off. You won't have to wait as long. We mentioned Mark Jones at 12:50. As soon as we hang up from Mark Jones, we're going to send you to see WWE Raw at the Golden One Center. The draft finished up last night, and it's lots of changes made, but changes aren't going to be made till after the show at the Golden One Center. Found that out last night. Or man, Tim looped me in on that note that the changes aren't taking place till after they get that oil money. So once they get the oil money,
they got to get that Saudi bag.
Then the changes will take place. But we've got your tickets. WWE Raw, Golden One Center, just a couple of weeks away. October 18th. So that is all coming your way. A very busy day, man. And of course, our spirits are high today, man. Why not? Kings get the win last night. And as my partner said, as we logged on and got ready to do the show, it was good to see Kings basketball last night.
Absolutely. It really was. Seeing them out there on the court in front of a crowd. Yeah, I'd say that with a little hesitation. I expected more. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not here talking about Kings fans or anything. I expect to see more people there, but hey, it's preseason. That's all I'm gonna say.
So it is. It's a preseason game. No big deal.
I would have went.
I was told that.
Although I didn't go.
You could have gone. What do you mean I would have gone? I didn't throw people under the bus. You could have gone.
I didn't go myself.
We're booked, Mark.
I was working. I was training last night.
We're booked, Mark, for game one. We'll be there for game one.
And I think everybody will definitely be there game one.
And then I will be gone for the next 81.
I was watching. So I saw that crowd, and I was like, oh, not that many people there. And then I was like, well, maybe that's the way it is all around the NBA for preseason. But they had a healthy crowd in Portland. They had a healthy crowd in Toronto. So I don't know. It was just one of those nights here in Sacramento. Maybe everybody was watching a Raiders game.
Maybe Toronto was just happy that they got their team back.
Sacramento happy they got their team back too.
It's like 6 years ago, dude. What do you do? I'm talking about like Toronto, like they was in Tampa last year.
Yeah,
they didn't even get like
go in here last year.
All right. That's really how is that how we're gonna start the show? We won 117-106 last night, and you're picking apart the crowd in a game that you didn't go to. You didn't even go. What do you mean?
I'm not picking apart the crowd. Just noticed it. That's all. Just noticed it. They'll be. Right. Hey, I'm not worried about it. It's like Davion Mitchell. I'm not worried about the Kings fans at all. They will be there. They will show up.
And man, Davion showed up. There's a couple of like key takeaways. Again, there's some positives. There's some negatives. We'll talk about all of it for sure. Let's point this out. I mean, we could try to go in chronological order. That never works for us, but it is worth pointing out. We got what we have dubbed the traditional starting lineup last night with an important change as it pertains to last year, but it's a change that we all expected. I think we all expected it. But it was the, again, traditional lineup of Tyrese, who obviously in for Buddy Hield, Tyrese, De'Aaron, Harrison, Rashawn, and Marvin. That was the starting five for the Kings last night. We saw plenty of three-guard lineups, but that's who started the game.
I saw I was doing some other stuff. Like I said, I was training. leading up to like 7:05 or whatever. So I don't know if maybe Ham or somebody had the starting lineup before
Ham
the
had
tip.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that. I just, logged on to the computer, turned it on, saw the guys at the score table walking out, and I said, oh, 35 is starting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And no, that stream wasn't a pain in the ass at all last night. Not whatsoever. I did not nearly throw my iPad 4 different times. Don't
even think about watching that on the iPad or on the phone or on the My Teams app. Don't even think about it. And don't even think about going to kings.com and finding a direct link.
Oh my God. Bro.
Don't even think about that.
I had to text Jill. Like, Jill, listen, let's just acknowledge I'm a freaking idiot. Where's the game? Like, can you send me the link to the game? Like, I can't find it. And of course, she hits me with the LOL, followed by the link. And so that's
it. Look, you are too. I'm usually like real on with these things, like how to watch things, how to stream them, TV, what channel they're supposed to be on. I mean, I was like, I found it, but it was not as easy as it should have been. I thought I had to go to NBC Sports Bay Area's website. I got the app and on. I couldn't even get it on the app. They were hating on my login.
Yeah, I couldn't get it either.
Yeah.
Oh man, it was crazy. First the fat boys break up and now this. What a rough day yesterday was. Just to watch a basketball game. It's gonna be easier to find. Is it tomorrow night's game or is it Thursday? It's gonna be easier to find the next preseason game than it was this one.
So you're saying
this one isn't on TV either.
Much like the Giants opening day, this will be the hardest game to find all season long. There's no doubt about it.
That's fact.
But so yeah, I get on there finally right as these guys are coming off the scores table. I said 30. I turned to the Queen Bee. She was in the kitchen. I said 35 is starting. How about that? 35 starting, and then I saw Tyrese out there.
I'm just imagining you turn 35 is starting. Like, will you shut up? Like, I don't care.
What are you talking about? And I said, Marvin Bagley. We didn't know if he was going to start or whatever.
Why are you here? Why are you here, Kenny? Like, go sit outside.
That is not far off how that conversation and that interaction went.
Take your iPad, go sit on the field turf. I've had enough for you.
So I saw him come out the scorer's table, and then I saw Tyrese Haliburton. I was like, all right. That's how we're doing it. That's how we should do it.
Mm-hmm.
And not to say that this is going to happen all year long, but one of the first things that happened, I think it was the first bucket of the game, was Harrison Barnes got the ball on the small forward who couldn't handle him on the block, had a little easy turnaround fadeaway. That's why you have him at the 3, because he can abuse those smaller wings if they try to go small, and then he can abuse them down low. And then if they rush out on the switch, he can get to the bucket. Those are things to me that traditionally he can't do starting at the 4.
You mean the Harrison Barnes who we devoted all of like 6.5 minutes to the offseason to? That Harrison Barnes? Yeah. The Harrison Barnes that was 7 of 12 shooting with 18 points last night. That Harrison Barnes, the old reliable veteran that we always talk about. This team needs veteran leadership. This team needs a guy that can pull this together. It's Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, man.
He's the guy who can pull this all together. Of course, he was the first out to the media last night as well.
Oh, always.
A tradition unlike any other.
The interesting thing that we've talked about it before, but it just like it came across my head during the game, as maybe after he'd scored, I don't know, 3 straight buckets or something like that. But I was like, Harrison Barnes isn't even 30 yet. He's not 30 years old. Feels like he's this old grizzled vet. Yeah. He's not 30.
He's not even 30. He's 2 years younger than Buddy. Okay, that's not true. That's not true.
Did Brian Cruz take over this show?
No, that wasn't a knock on Buddy. I just like to joke his Buddy's old. Like, that wasn't a knock on Buddy. I look. Hey, in
the first segment.
I think I love Buddy Hield, dude. The fact that Buddy and Davion first we talked about who's the third man, who's the 6th man.
Yeah.
Well, it's a tie. Yeah, we got Davion and Buddy in at the same time. 10 seconds into the game, like 10 seconds into his game log, Buddy takes a shot. And I realized he had taken 4 shots in 4 minutes. 3 of them were threes. The first shot that he took wasn't a three. I actually liked the first shot that he took. It was he was close to Rashawn. It's a shot that he normally takes. He comes off the pick. Rashawn's right in front of him, but he gives like a slight little hezzy pump fake. And then he steps in. He takes a deep step in and just pulls up and falls short. I really liked the shot. And I really admired that he took it 10 seconds after coming off the bench. And he had taken 4 more shots or 3 more shots, a total of 4 shots in the first 4 minutes that he played. I think I secretly love that.
That boy got him up yesterday. He got him up. 5 of 15, 4 of 13 from beyond the arc. He got him up. But look, I'll tell you mid-season form. I'll tell you this. I don't have a problem with it in the role that he's playing. That's his role. He comes off the bench. He's instant offense. Whether he was hitting or not yesterday, he's supposed to be instant offense. That's his role. I can handle all that off the bench. I really can. At least in one preseason game, it hasn't worn on me already or anything. But I can handle that off the bench. I can handle every shot being a 3 off the bench. It's whatever. It's no problem. Mm-hmm. When he's the starting shooting guard, there's more expected of him, more needed from him, and that's where that becomes frustrating, but as is, buddy, go get him up. When you get in, get him up. And I saw an observation as well that, by default, maybe included Buddy Hield, that I was like, I see something. I see something that I like.
That's a tease, because I don't know what my partner's talking about. We'll dive into that. We'll talk more about Davion. We'll talk about Marvin. We'll talk about 35. Jazz may have no interest in 35, but we do. We're going to talk about him. You'll hear from Luke Walton. You'll hear from Davon Mitchell. You'll hear from Mark Jones. He joins us at 12:50. We're just getting started on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. The jump is still on. That's fantastic. Is it hosted by Sage Steele?
Oh man, Sage Steele off the air for a little bit.
Sage Steele. Damn, the irony. Oh goodness. Oh goodness.
Johnny, that was pretty damn good. That was some nice stuff. That was a nice pass by Buddy. Nice vision too.
Yeah.
Oh, Mario.
Oh. Yeah, no, that made me laugh. That made me laugh. That was funny. That's funny. That's good stuff right there. Yeah. He did that. Real talk, 125 in here right now. Can y'all hit the thumbs up? 75 people have voted in the poll, but only 44 people have hit the thumbs up, man. Can y'all hit the thumbs up right now?
It's literally 2 clicks. 1, then 2. Boom, right there.
Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get it. If you're not a subscriber yet, become one, man. We got you covered all season long right here. Come on now. You know what it is. It's D'Lo and KC. Oh, man. Yeah, still hadn't learned. Oh, maybe. Content. She already buddying up with Trey. What's his name? Clay Travis.
Yeah.
Right on, Coach. Appreciate you. Let's go,
Coach Molly.
Heard that. Buddy Hield was there when Big Al was born.
Coach Molly, do you know? Do you ever see or run into my guy Aaron Lawrence? Over there at I think you're at Sierra, I think, and he's at Sierra. He's a counselor, I think, over there. Aaron Lawrence, my high school teammate at McClatchy. He was the dude. He was the dude, man. I like Cassidy Hubbard.
Man, we going at Buddy already. I thought Buddy was pretty good last night.
Well,
Coach is at Folsom Lake College.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Let's keep them thumbs up going, man. I said, okay, juveniles, we're at your favorite number. Now let's blow past that number. Let's get to triple digits, baby.
Take your screenshot and let's go past.
Yo, and we got to. I really want to show them the overlay for Mark Jones, because I feel like they're gonna pop when he joins us. Because we switched it.
Save it for him.
We switched up the overlay a little bit. It kind of came out perfect. It kind of came out perfect.
Yeah, man.
What was that? You said DLoandKC.com? That's not 20%. I'm going to take that right off the screen. It ain't 20%. We'll go ahead and
gotta miss that.
Yeah, we actually need Need to make a couple of bucks doing this. There we go. D'Lo and KC, 10% off. Like, Donnie, we didn't make any money doing this. I was like, hey, because you gave him 20% off, stupid. Oh, all right. We already have low prices on our hoodies. Them other websites be charging $60, 65. Man, it ain't gonna be us, man. Come on, man. We the people station.
The good price, good quality.
There. You know on KC.com.
Like we got you. Coach Fields, what's good, man?
All right, Coach.
Coach Fields, what's up?
Monterey
Trails in the house. Monterey Trails basketball, men's basketball in the house.
Coach Fields.
I gotta pull up. Coach Fields, man, you need to have myself and D-Lo at the game. I don't know what we do. Honorary jump ball. I don't know. Come on, man.
I don't want that pressure. You throw it up. I don't want it. And I'll clown you when you mess it up. There you go. Hey, we ship to Baltimore. We ship to Baltimore. You know what it is?
Me and Cheryl were battling for first, but I think she beat the mess out of me in fantasy this week. I had a bad week.
That's okay, frankly, Floyd. That's all right. That is an appropriate place to spend your shirt money right there. We at 81, baby. Let's go. Let's get to triple digits during the segment because I know we coming back from the break.
Oh,
hey, let's say,
at Folsom?
Oh.
I'm gonna be somewhere. Oh no, I know where I'm gonna be on Friday watching the playoffs.
Aha.
Yes, sir.
We got your WWE Raw tickets coming up at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. We got Mark Jones set to join us coming up just about 30 minutes from now, 12:50. He will be with us. We welcome everybody watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope that if you're watching, you'll hit the thumbs up, you'll hit the subscribe button, you'll hit the follow button. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, hit that little heart button in the upper right-hand corner. It saves us as your favorite radio station. And if you're listening on 1320 AM, we appreciate you. Welcome in, man. We're here for the next 4 hours. We're talking Kings basketball. We'll dive a little bit into the San Francisco 49ers as well and some things that became public in the final hour of our show yesterday when we were talking to Jason Jones. We've got his distant cousin, Mark Jones, coming up. We got Matt George, who's a cousin to, I believe, no one, coming up at 3:20. So a very busy show. We want to hear from you as well. 916-349-1320. A lot of positive energy in the air, a lot of positive energy on social media, a lot of good vibes. My partner said here in the chat as well, where I don't think there's any overreactions here. I was only slightly kidding when I said the Kings were going to go undefeated on their way to the first ever title. It was just slightly a joke.
I mean, there's nothing to joke about until they actually lose the game.
Well, they undefeated. And there ain't no reason to feel bad either. There's a lot of positive things that came about of last night's game. You hit us with a buddy tease there a minute ago, though.
Yeah, man. Well, I was watching Buddy Hield. Mm-hmm. I was watching Davion Mitchell. I was watching Tristan Thompson. I was watching Mo Harkless. Mm-hmm. If you guys haven't
You were watching the Kings.
I was watching the Kings.
Oh.
Well, more specifically, I was watching that bench.
Okay.
Watching Terrence Davis. I think the Kings have a damn good bench. Like, I don't think this is just, they're kind of deep. They have legit 10 players that they can roll out there. The depth on this team is real. And I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if, it's a preseason thing or, if he's something's going to change or whatever. But I'm looking at it right now and just seeing the way he plays with these guys and to go along with how he talks. You got to have Tristan Thompson out there. I said yesterday it was going to be, Alex Lynn or Tristan Thompson game to game. To me, it's Tristan first. Mm-hmm. And then if you got to bring Lynn in for, foul purposes or whatever. But Tristan, with his offensive rebounding, with his defensive awareness, his insight, it's got to be Tristan.
I hear you, and I don't know that I necessarily disagree, but I guess if we're, making a case. You're making a case for Tristan Thompson. I'm not making a case against Tristan Thompson, but I thought Alex Len did really well last night too.
He did. Absolutely.
I mean, we have a question over on youtube.com/ESPN1320 that says, what was your favorite thing about last night? And the 4 options are Tyrese, Davion, the defense, and toughness. Defense and toughness, those are things that this team was severely lacking last year. I thought, and we had always known Alex Len is going to be a part. Alex Len, Mo Harkless, Terrence Davis, hell, even Tristan Thompson. Those guys are going to alleviate that problem a little bit. Davion Mitchell as well. I thought Alex Len did a really good. I thought Alex Len did a great job in his role last night.
Not a knock on Alex Len at all when I say that. I just really liked what Tristan brought to the table. And you combine that with the fact of, if he's going to be this guy that's looked at as a leader and things of that nature, ideally, if you can, that guy needs to be playing too. You know what I'm saying? That gone are the days of Herb Williams and Shree Rollins, who are these old grizzled guys who can't get on the court. I think it carries more weight when this guy that's demanding a lot from everybody out there is also demanding the same amount from himself while being out there on the court. So that, not to say that Alex Len will get no playing time, because there'll be moments when he gets in there for sure. But Tristan Thompson. And even with that being said, I mean, they're going 10 deep. So Tristan and Alex will be out there at certain times, but I think they got the ability to go 10 deep.
So there's a negative to that, especially for us here on D-Lo and KC in the chat house and those who are kind enough to listen to us on a regular basis.
I hate to see it.
Yeah, I don't know how much of your man Louis the King is going to get out there, and I don't know how much of our man. I think his new name is Threeport Metu. The way he was pulling up last night, but our man Shemez and Freeport Metu, minutes are going to be tough to come by, especially with the way you just laid it out. And I don't have any problem with what you just said about Tristan Thompson and Alex Len, but once you start to lay this out a little bit further, and we look at the different guards and all these different things, I think it gets tough for those guys.
It does. But, there's the reality of the situation is, and we knock on wood, we hope it's not for a long period of time at all, but some of these guys are going to go down for a game or two. And typically in the past, if the Kings lose a starter or even lose a rotational guy, then no disrespect, but you needed Justin James to be out there for extended minutes. And while Justin James ended up closing out the season really well, I like the way he played. You got guys like that where they're kind of fringe NBA guys and really shouldn't, you're not sure if they should be out there. Some people could say Metu is in that category. I don't think so. I think Metu is an NBA player. He contributes on an NBA team. He was playing.
He's in the prove it stage of his career.
Yeah, he is. But he's in the middle of the season, not even at the end, like Louis King. And, I love Louis King as well. But Metu was playing real minutes in the middle of the year, going up against other good team starters and things of that nature and holding his own. So if a Tristan or Alex Len went down, it wouldn't be like, oh, disaster. We got to bring up who was the guy they brought up Minka? They brought up a couple years ago, and I think me and Jason were talking about this on one of the podcasts where people were going crazy because he actually set screens. They're like, oh my God, you see that screen that he just set? Like they won't have to go to that.
So low here.
They won't have to go to that well. They'll go to somebody.
By the way, that was happening last night.
Yes.
Screens being set and a reaction to screens being set.
Oh my.
What is this? What did it? That was an NBA screen. Yeah, I think Alex Len was one of the guys.
And he will set a screen.
He was playing into some
He will set a screen. So,
Alex Len was setting them screens where it's like, fam, it's a preseason game.
Yeah, relax. They was out there helping each other up during the game, and Alex Len was not there for it.
He wasn't having it.
Helping nobody up, and he wasn't sending no soft screens. But if somebody goes down, you got a Damian Jones, you got a Freeport Metu that they can hold it down for a couple of games. If Tristan is out or Alex Len is out for a couple of games, they can hold it down, and you're not going to lose that much at all, I don't think. So the depth of this team just really stood out. And when I speak about the depth, it's specifically about that bench. I just saw that bench out there. Now, granted, the Suns weren't playing maybe with their normal bench, but I don't know. I like it. I like what I see from the guys coming off that bench. And I tweeted it out yesterday. It's clear as day. I mean, Davion Mitchell is as advertised.
Mm-hmm.
He is as advertised. He is a game changer on the defensive end. You got Elfrid Payton, who was the starting point guard in New York last year. You got Cameron Payne, who people loved all throughout the postseason last year. And Davion was in their shorts, right? And he was causing havoc. So I'm not saying that night one, he's going to lock up Dame Lillard, but it's official now. At the very least, worst case scenario, you got Davion as your backup point guard, and the other team brings up their backup point guard. They've got hell coming on their hands because it's a problem. And I think he's a guy that can guard starters and stars in this league. But I'm gonna just set the bar real low and say, even the backups, that's a problem. That's a problem. He started. Davion Mitchell is changing the NBA one play at a time.
Oh,
one play at a time, because
the whole NBA.
The whole NBA.
Oh.
And I'm going to tell you when that happens.
The NBA, where Davion Mitchell happens.
Davion Mitchell is changing the game, okay? Because Elfrid Payton came into the game. Davion picked him up full court, locked him up, got him into a turnover, and to his credit, Elfrid Payton was like, oh, that's how we're playing? And he started picking up Davion Mitchell up full court and pressuring him. And I was like, when was the last time we saw defense like this at the guard position?
Elfrid Payton went Devin Booker in a pickup game. Yo, we're not doing that. Come on, man. This is a pickup game. We're not doing a pickup game.
But he did. The ironic thing about it is, and I'm thinking kind of in a coach mind right now, he did what was done to him. So Davion was picking him up, being aggressive full court. And how I would tell somebody is, well, let's see if he likes that too.
Well, you know what I love about that is Davion's going to be conditioned to do it. These other dudes, they're going to wear themselves out by the third possession trying to keep up with Davion Mitchell on both ends of the floor.
Yeah.
A couple of notes here. And, hey, my coach, Luke Walton, said, don't read too much into this. But when you look around at the minute distribution, buddy, Davion, first two off the bench, played about the same minutes. Tyrese Haliburton, Harrison Barnes, De'Aaron Fox, Marvin Bagley, they all played in the vicinity of the same minutes, like 22 to 24 minutes, not much more than that. As a matter of fact, I don't think, no one played more than 24 minutes last night. Don't read into it, guys. Okay, I'm just pointing it out there for the people. That's our job, is to relay information. It's just something I noticed there.
Yeah, no, I get it.
And I expect that to be a trend. That was the whole point. Not going to read into it because that's what my coach, Luke Walton, said. But I'm going to look at this like, okay, this is what I expect to happen regularly. Do I think Davion and Buddy are going to be equal minutes with the starters on an 82-game basis? No. But I think they'll probably be pretty close on most nights.
Now, we're just talking. We got 4 hours to talk. We're just talking.
Shoot, we got more than 4 hours if you're watching on the stream.
That's facts. I'm just talking, and I'm not here to prove no point or say anything like that, because Damien, you heard me. I mentioned I didn't have a problem with the way Buddy Hield played last night. That was his role. He's a hired gun coming off the bench. I didn't have a problem with that. You look at the stat line, and this is just one game, one preseason game. Played 23 minutes.
Yeah.
5 of 15 from the field, 4 of 13 from beyond the arc for 14 points. Now, on the flip side, you got a guy that I've talked about a number of different times in Terrence Davis. In 12 minutes, 3 of 6, 1 of 4 from beyond the arc, 9 points, 5 rebounds. But he also had 4 assists and 4 rebounds to go with. Terrence Davis had 2 steals. So when you talk about your bang for your buck,
that's not what we're talking about, though, Kenny. No one's talking about bang for your buck. Buddy is still here. I know.
Buddy's here. Buddy's here. He's here. And he's going to play ahead of Terrence Davis, I think, in this situation. But this is why I bring this up to talk about. This is why people, oh, elite shooting. You don't just give up elite shooting. When you talk about production and what you're getting the same, if not more, from a guy like Terrence Davis with less of the other nonsense that comes along with it on the court. The guy in like 12 less minutes had 5 less points on almost 10 less shots.
I understand. I know you're really pushing this, but what is it? It doesn't matter if they can't find a trade partner for Buddy. Like Buddy's here. So like what do you advocate? You want Buddy to sit? You want to reverse the roles and Terrence Davis play 23 minutes and Buddy play 12?
Because
wait a minute, let's be fair. Buddy was solid defensively last night.
Buddy has some good moments on the defensive end. Absolutely.
Here's one thing that as we get into this and we'll have some negatives to get into about this game. We'll pick apart some things. And one of the things I really didn't love was it was more post game. This feels like a Buddy Hield stat line. 5 of 15 from the field, 4 of 13 from 3. You just laid it out there. And I told you a second ago, he took a shot the first 10 seconds in the game. That was the 2. The first shot he took was the 2, and he was gearing up to take a 3. He gave a little hezzy, stepped in, and that was the 2-pointer that he took.
Oddly enough, I remember his other 2-pointer. He made that. That's kind of crazy that we just remember the 2-pointers he took.
It's easy to remember. when we don't have very many of them, it's super easy to remember. But what I didn't like was post game. Luke was praising. Those were good looks by Buddy. Those were good shots. He didn't force anything, and to a certain degree, I guess I agree with that. I mean, he took a couple of threes that were, they weren't like Dame Lillard, Steph Curry range, but they were. He wasn't gonna be confused with being on the line. Like he had some space on some threes that he took. And Luke is categorizing them as good shots, open shots, and he keeps saying, on most nights, Buddy's going to give us 20 with that. When the fact is, no, he's not. Mm-hmm. He's not, and that's where my biggest issue with Buddy lies. It's in the way we talk about him. We cover Buddy, I think, as if he's something that he's not. And Luke,
the term elite shooter.
Luke coaches
is an elite shooting.
Luke coaches him, or at least publicly coaches him as if he's that, and he's not. Yeah. He's not. You're right, elite shooter. That's perfect. He's not an elite shooter.
He has the capability. Like if you go to practice and you probably watch him shoot, he probably makes. If he shoots 53s, he probably makes like 48 of them. You're like, yo, this dude can shoot. But production-wise, he's not an elite shooter. Mm-mm. He's not. Mm-mm. But that's the perception of him.
Right. It's the constant. It's the constant. He might be able to. Like he might do it. You saw the 3-point contest, didn't you? You saw, he did. You saw the 40-point game after Kobe passed away, or however many that was. Like you've seen him have these moments. We just keep waiting for that moment to happen again, and more times than not, it doesn't. More times than anything, we get the game we got last night. How many times did a 5 of 15, 4 of 13 game happen last season? How many games last year were we able to remember the 2-pointer that he took? A ton. So it falls in like, sometimes he'll bring that number down and he can maybe 4 of 6, 4 of 7. He'll hit a couple of games like that. And I think that brings his percentage up to 39. He worked to get that percentage back up to 39 last year. Cause I don't know. Will Z is in the chat house today, but I don't know what Buddy's lowest percentage was last year. Throughout the season as a 3-point shooter, but I know he busted his ass to get it to 39.
Wow. And there's people in the chat and they disagree with the fact that he is an elite shooter. Your definition and my definition of elite shooter must be a little different. I know he shot, like you said, he shot 40% or 39%. Like you mentioned, he had to work to get there. And 4 of 13 is not elite shooting. It does not mean you're a garbage shooter, but that's not elite shooting. Coach Coach Fields is in the chat over at Monterey Trails. Coach, you got a kid out there shooting 4 of 13 every night. It's not okay. It's not okay. Once again, doesn't make him a scrub shooter. And like I said, if you get him in a setting, like I said, a practice setting where he's just shooting, working on a shot, he might make 25, 30, 40 in a row. He's got that ability. But we got to be real about what we're seeing here.
No, but what we like to do, and I see securing the Bagley in here. I guess he's securing the buddy today, and that's cool. We're rocking with you, man. That's our fam. Let's bring proper context. Let's stop stat watching. Let's bring proper context.
That's a great way to put that. They're stat watching.
43.1% in the 2017-18 season. 43.1. And then I'll work my way down. 43.1, 42.7, 39.4, 39.1.
Literally
the
getting
percentage keeps going down year after year after year after year, leading us into this year. His percentages. Is this coincidental? The year he shot 43%, he shot 5.1 threes a game. The next year, 7.9. The next year, 9.6. Last year, threes per game, 10.2. The more threes he takes, the worse his percentage gets. What are we talking about?
We
bring context. If you want to use stats, bring context to your stats.
We got guys like Stephen Brown saying he's elite because if he was Joe Harris and had light defense on him, he'd shoot 43%. I'm pretty sure 85% of the league would say the same thing. If nobody was guarding me, I'd be elite. Come on, man. Like, once again, y'all tripping right now because nobody's saying he's not a good shooter. He's a good shooter. And like I continue to say, in a practice setting, in a three-point shooting set contest, he has the ability to make a bunch of shots in a row or a bunch of shots out of however many he has to shoot. He's a great shooter on that level. But when you talk about in-game and actually producing, it's not elite. It's not terrible. It's not awful, but it's not elite. Like I said, maybe your guys' definition of elite.
No, it's not that. It's the things that we remember. He was a 48% field goal shooter and a 42%, almost 43% three-point shooter in the 25 games that he got here after the DeMarcus Cousins trade. He was solid the next year, and we just went through the numbers. But again, each year, field goal percentage goes down, three-point percentage goes down. He has the ability to be an elite shooter because we have seen it. We have. We just haven't seen it in 3 years. Maybe he was an elite shooter the year he came off the bench. Maybe that stretch he was back into that elite category.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if we have to go all the way back to the Dave Yeager year, but we know he's capable of being that. My opinion is he no longer is, but he's still treated as if he is.
Right. He has the ability to do all of that. Like he's got the ability. I don't take anything away from that. The guy's he's going to be able to shoot. Just when you talk about basketball, when you talk about working on your game, he's going to be able to shoot lights out to the day he dies. He's one of those guys. But we're talking about what we see in a game and what he's doing in an NBA game on a nightly basis. And to me, that's not elite. What we see from that. It's not elite. It's cool. It's good. Once again, you guys, some of you guys in the chat are up in your feelings about it. Nobody's saying he's a scrub as a shooter, but you throwing out elite like he's Steph, like he's Clay. He's not on that level.
Have you never watched a Kings game before? I know we had to refresh the browser 20 times last night per possession, and the sound was gone for most of it. But if you had a functioning broadcast, Steph, buddy, that works.
If he was that elite as a shooter, he'd be starting somewhere. He'd be starting everywhere.
Is Kyle Kuzma elite
as a shooter?
Yeah.
No.
Just asking because there was an incident earlier this offseason. So I was just asking. I mean, the belief is Buddy would have been elite in Los Angeles, isn't it? Wasn't that the whole idea behind that?
Yeah, he would have been a really good
defense. defenses were dead in the water. Like they had to pick which hill they were going to die on with Anthony Davis, LeBron James, and then Buddy we joke about this. What was the final thing last night? 4 of 15, 5 of 15, something like that. 4 of 13 from 3. It would have been that every night, like literally every single night in Los Angeles. It would have been field goal attempts matching 3-point attempts, and that would have been it, and not a free throw in sight. And
look, it would have been like 4-9. He didn't get.
He wouldn't get that many shots. Yeah, for sure.
He ain't getting that.
But the less Buddy shoots, the higher his percentage goes.
Well,
I mean, in 6, what was it? 5, 6. That's a healthy number of threes to take, especially when you're hitting them at that clip. That's what got him in this conversation. Quick check. Yeah. 0 free throws for Buddy last night.
Well, that's nothing new. From my recollection, I'm scrolling down, I'm seeing these, this little font, maybe. I didn't miss him. The guy was 67th in the league last year in 3-point percentage. How the hell is that elite?
Top 100 equals elite. I don't know.
Tyrese Haliburton was a better 3-point shooter than Buddy Hield last year.
Well, okay, that's fine, but how is there a minimum attempts there?
I mean, it's not like 1 and 1. I know that much.
Because Buddy did shoot 400 threes last year.
Shot a lot.
He shot a ton of threes. We'll get Mark Jones' thoughts on all of this. He joins up, and again, we're not picking on Buddy. I thought Buddy had a hell of a game last night.
I'm fine with how he played last night.
Buddy had a complete game last night. I thought he did well on the defensive end, and I think there's some reasons behind that. We'll dive into that, and we'll talk to Mark Jones, play-by-play for the Kings for ESPN. He does it all, and he joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, SteelerOneKC.com on ESPN 1320.
You guys are talking about Buddy. Well, he shoots 7, 6 a game. Like he's forced to do that. He doesn't have to do that. And matter of fact,
I don't think he forced too many last night. He just missed open shots.
That's what he's been doing for the last 2 years, Damon. How many times have I said that? I've said that for the last 2 years since we started the show. Like people are like, if Luke just has him stop handling the ball and shoot the ball, then he'll make his threes. Like, fam, they're wide open. He has good looks all the time.
I wish there was a way I could search Buddy's name within this.
Absolutely not. Not the Kings.
Buddy. There's Buddy. Here we go. Buddy. Oh, here we go. Wait, can I? Oh, yeah. I'm learning how to use this. Okay.
Steven, how many ifs are you going to put on Buddy? He don't have a better shot IQ. He's not going to be in a situation where he just this is who he is. This is what I've been trying to tell y'all. If, like it ain't no if.
Buddy off the screen, backs up, gets the screen back from Alex Lynn. Challenged. I mean, not the best shot. Buddy again. Pick and roll. Oh, yeah. Buddy took some. Come on, Luke. Buddy took some bullshit last night. This is a terrible shot. Buddy, let's see who sets the screen here. Oh, of course, it's Alex Lynn. Alex Lynn sets the screen, and he shot it from like a foot in front of the logo, but off to the side. Man, Buddy shot some garbage last night. I mean, this is a decent shot. Let me hold on. I'm doing too much. Oh, he's wide open there in the corner. He hit it. He hit that one. There was another one of those deep threes where he was covered. I'd put this on the screen. I don't know if I'm allowed.
Is that synergy?
Yeah. Buddy again. Tyrese. Back to wide open.
He's been missing wide open for the last 2 years. I've been telling you that,
man,
for I don't know how long.
Oh my God. He airballed this one. I didn't even see that one live. I must have been resetting the stream at that one. He airballed a three. That was in the first quarter. if Buddy just eliminated the garbage shots, he'd be a 45% three-point shooter. And look, that was a beautiful shot right there.
Damien, address this. Is he wide open or able to get his shot off? Your argument is that what we can admit, he's shooting bad shooting year, Buddy, and he was still top 100 most of the day. Damien, you just watched the shots. You just looked at the shots from last night. Like these are shots that he's open.
So a lot of his shots are wide open. I mean, last night it looks like a good clean mix of garbage and open. If he just eliminated, like this one's wide open, hit it. Good screen, hit the shot perfectly.
What I would tell Buddy Hield to do, and this is a Luke Walton situation, is I'd say coming off those screens, look to get to the basket a little bit more. That's what he was doing the year he had the best year of his career.
It's wild how securing the Bagley disappears for like 4 months and then pops back in here and just starts like typing away.
And he's on here not listening
not listening to a damn thing.
Did anybody here say Buddy Hield was a bad shooter?
He's holding on to that 39% like it's a life draft, and he just got off the Titanic.
It was 67th in the league. How is that elite shoot? John on here talking about Tony Snell. Tony Snell's not on this list. So there definitely is a minimum attempt here. Tony, the number one is Joe Harris shooting 47.5.
We're sending you to see WWE Raw at the Golden One Center October 18th at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. So stay tuned for that. And store this number away in your phone, 916-349-1320. That number should already be in your phone. Contact favorite radio station. Boom, right there. That's coming up at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. We'll have you set. Mark Jones set to join us here in just a heartbeat. I really can't believe how contentious this conversation about Buddy has become. We were talking about Buddy played well yesterday. We were talking about his shooting numbers, which were a constant part of the conversation last year. It's one of the main reasons, I believe, not the sole reason, but one of the main reasons he's playing behind Tyrese Haliburton this year. I don't have a problem with the way Buddy played yesterday, but now we are just.
And I started it, Davion, because I brought up the fact that Terrence Davis had essentially a more efficient night. And I said he had a more efficient night. Davion, I started out the segment talking about the bench and mentioning Buddy Hield as being part of the bench. Not once, not ever have I suggested, hey, bench Buddy for Terrence Davis. I said at the very least, you have both of them out there able to bolster this bench that I really, really like and can really help the Kings win a lot of games. Or you got Buddy out there, and if you need Terrence Davis, it's there. All of a sudden, this morphed into people like securing the Bagley saying that we said Buddy Hield was a bad shooter.
It's like Thanksgiving and politics came up. And you just had to go at your racist uncle who you only see, once a year. And it's like, hey, what's going on here? Like, I don't want to. Hey, it's a good day. It's just like a fight always erupts on a holiday, right? Today is a good day for Kings fans, and yet we found something to argue and bicker about. I'm not really sure why, but he deserves some. We wanted to see progression. I think that's the proper term. We wanted to see growth from Buddy on the defensive end. Mm-hmm. We wanted to see growth from Buddy in his overall game, and I think we saw that yesterday. Mm-hmm. The things that he does on the offensive end, they still there. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, I don't imagine those are going to go away overnight.
And once again, that's fine in the role coming off the bench. I have no problem with him shooting the way he did, the attempts that he took in the role that he's in. That's his job.
Let's bring in somebody who will calm this debate down, man. Our man Mark Jones, who's all Mark. Where are you, Mark? Where are you right now? You all over the place these days.
Man, I'm in beautiful downtown Sacramento, looking out my window at a beautiful, irradiant day, man. Some dude just rolled by on his bike playing some Mystical. Here I go. So I had to get up and jump up a little bit.
Let's go. It's time to turn up.
Yeah.
Okay. It's time to turn up. I think the last time I heard
Sacramento, man.
I think the last time I heard Mark, I think that you were on this game. You were at the NC State Clemson game, right?
I did that.
That's a couple weeks ago.
And great finish in that football game. And then last week at game in Stillwater with Baylor and Oklahoma State.
He's everywhere, man. We glad to have you back here, man.
Game last night, man. Saw the Kings game last night. My wife and I went to the game and was courtside there watching the guys. And first thing I noticed when we came out for the tip, I turned to my wife and said, "Well, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it, but Buddy's coming off the bench."
Yeah,
So I heard you guys just a minute ago talking about that. I think it's a great move. I think it benefits him and the team, and the team and him, whichever way you want to list it, because Buddy can get all the shots he wants as part of the second unit.
Absolutely.
And, if Luke chooses to balance whatever perceived, and I say perceived defensive issues with Buddy, with Davon Mitchell on that second unit or anybody else, then, they're good. I like the look moving forward. Great energy last night. I thought the team's energy was just fantastic, man. Like, just guys getting up and down the floor, and ball movement was good. I can't remember what the final assist numbers were, but they moved it around well. They were looking for each other, and it was a good look last night.
Yeah, absolutely.
22 assists for the Kings last night.
Yeah, I like what I saw from that team, man. I like like you mentioned, Mark. I like the energy. I like the effort that was given on the defensive end, and more than anything, we kind of talk about Buddy Hield and everything. We kind of started this discussion 30 minutes ago when I brought it up. Is I love the bench. When you talk about Davion, when you talk about Buddy, Terrence Davis, Mo Harkless, Tristan Thompson, Alex Lynn, the level of energy, the toughness, the scrappiness that group brings while still being able to put the ball in the bucket, I think that's gonna help win the Kings a lot of games this year. I really like that bench.
Yeah. No, D'Lo, Casey, I'm with you guys, man. The depth of this team is really going to be something that helps along the way. And, when we run through the vicissitudes of a NBA season, 82 games, man, some things are going to happen. Things are going to go sideways once in a while with injuries and guys being available. And, when you got a Mo Harkless or Terrence Davis coming off the bench or Tristan Thompson, it felt to me like he was getting every loose ball and every offensive rebound last night, despite whatever the stats ended up looking like. This is a team that, last year we were last in defensive efficiency. I think this year will be much more respectable. I can see where we're the middle of the pack, right around 15, anywhere between 17 and maybe 12 in defensive efficiency, which is good enough when you look at this team never has issues scoring the basketball, right? Sacramento is going to score points. Yeah. The key has always been stopping people at the other end. And, I love that they can put lineups out there with good length, got great rim protection with guys there with Holmes and with, Thompson and Lynn. Bouncy guys too. Davion Jones is another look that they can use in the middle. And, Tyrese Haliburton is a year better,
Wow.
Mark, we're big into vibes here on D'Lo and KC, and
right.
the vibe around this squad is different, man. I mean, does it feel different even from last year? Because from a fan perspective, this feels like something we haven't experienced in a minute. Is it you're around these guys obviously a lot more than we are. You're around these guys away from the team as well. Like, does the vibe feel different to you?
Yeah, I had a chance this summer to spend some time with De'Aaron Fox for a day in the gym, and watched him work out and spoke with him a lot. And, the same with Marvin Bagley. They were both down in Miami, where I still keep a home, my wife and I, and spent time with both of them. And they're as determined as any player that I've spoken to all summer in terms of getting their team to the playoffs and, locking in on just being better, just getting better. And, I think De'Aaron's leadership is going to be much better than it was last year. Not saying that it was lacking last year. I just think that he's going to be a more vocal leader. He's going to continue to lead by example coming off that career year that he had. I think Marvin Bagley is going to have a very successful season. I can't tell you numerically what it's going to look like, but, if him healthy, him working with Doug Christie now a lot, efficiency of movement, 3-point shooting, rebounding. I thought Marvin did a great job on the boards. So the the energy of this team is great. I spoke with a Western Conference scout recently about Sacramento after last night's game, and his take was they've reinforced what they needed defensively. They've gotten better defensively, never had a problem scoring, and the bottom line is that with the energy of this team that you saw, they basically banked on the experience and the equity that they have in the team moving forward. So they're just counting on guys being better internally and getting better internally. Mm-hmm. And I think we saw last night, Mo Harkless, Terrence Davis, they never had a full training camp last year. Those are two guys who are going to add to the depth. And, you add that to Haliburton. And, hey, listen, say what you want about Buddy Hield. The guy's an elite shooter, fellas. Only Steph Curry made more three-pointers last year, right?
This is true.
There's a
We've been going back and forth about this for the better part of the last 35 minutes.
And how it benefits the team. Yeah, man.
We know he can shoot. Buddy can shoot. There's no question about it. We just look at his numbers, and the more threes that he takes, Mark, the lower the percentage goes. And he's just and I guess maybe on a bench role, maybe it's good to have that green light because there is the capability of Buddy hitting 8 of 14 instead of 3 of 14. That capability is there, but I feel like if you reel him in a little bit more, maybe get him to penetrate, take advantage of that short shot he has. I mean, he could wind up being a more efficient scorer in the league, a more well-rounded scorer.
Yeah. I know over the summer, Buddy got in the gym with Stan Remy down there in Miami and did some good work with him too, and diversifying his game. That was kind of the focus of what they were trying to do, and working off the dribble, being a little bit more of a creator. We saw at times last year, guys, where Buddy was a pretty good facilitator, and he had some high assist games and just making the right play. I think with the pieces around him this year, I think it's possible we see him morph into a better version of Buddy Hield based on the guys that he's out there with. And I think we'll see an uptick in his efficiency this year. I really do.
Mark, we know you got to rock, man. You're a busy dude. We appreciate you so much. We're excited. Kings basketball is here, and we'll get to talk to you a lot more, man. Thanks for joining us.
Appreciate you, Mark. Real quick, Mark, where are you at this weekend?
We're going to be broadcasting this weekend. I'm down in lovely, luxurious Lubbock, Texas.
Oh boy.
That's the TCU, man.
Boy, leave that Louis bag at home for that one, Mark. Leave that Louis bag at home for that one.
Hey, man. Hey, Louis not making that road trip, man. I got an old pair of Timbs in the closet. I'm bringing those.
There you go. Yeah. We appreciate you as always, my man. Thank you.
Take care, Mark.
Hey, you guys do a fantastic job. You really do. Love listening to you guys. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate you. That's our man, Mark Jones, right there. Boy, see,
it's Tim's. Oh my God, I love Texas, boy.
You talk about the life of a play-by-play man who does college sports.
Oh man, he was getting in some backwards.
Love it, boy, man. I sure thought he was gonna. What's the home of like Mississippi? Oh, what is it? I thought he was gonna drop like a Starksville on us. Oh,
that's where Mississippi State is.
When he said lovely, I was like, oh, Mark, be careful. Where you going? Lubbock. Whew.
Oh man,
that's the life of them dudes, man, who call college games, man.
Our guy BTR. BTR back in the building. He said, BTR says, according to KC, TD is a better shooter. LOL. That is literally the one thing I've always said. I said, outside of shooting, what is Buddy better at than Terrence Davis?
Bad take, Roddy in the
BTR,
building.
Now listen, man. Come on, BTR. You better than that, man.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC. You listen to D-Lo and KC and BTR here on ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. And we've got your tickets to WWE Monday Night Raw, October 18th. Just about 13 days from now at the Golden One Center. We've got you set up right now. Caller number 3, 916-349-1320, and we will get you set up. 916-349-1320, WWE Monday Night Raw, I don't even think it's called Monday Night Raw. WWE Raw. They got rid of the Monday night.
Yeah, it's Monday night. Ain't that the slogan? It's Monday night because it's Raw or something like that. So the official name is Raw.
Okay. It used to be like Raw is
war.
The war zone. Now I can't even call it Monday Night Raw anymore. It's WWE Raw.
They should go back to Monday Night Raw. I like Monday Night Raw. Here on the USA Network.
We probably already got a winner now when we're talking about these tickets. 916-349-1320, caller number 3. But could you set up? We've got tickets for you every day this week at 1:00 for WWE Raw. Appreciate Mark Jones for carving out a few minutes to join us. As everyone is well aware, a very busy dude getting ready for some meetings and carved out about 10 minutes for us, man. So we really appreciate that. And this isn't the Buddy Hield show. We're not I told you, I think I love Buddy Hield. I admire what he did last night. I found it funny. He is going to play like Buddy Hield, whether you start him or whether you bring him off the bench. He is going to play like Buddy, and he's going to make you aware of that 10 seconds into the game.
He's going to get them shots up. And it feels like we got to say this every hour, on the hour, at the half break, all this other stuff. I had no problem with the way Buddy Hield played last night.
No.
Even with the stats aside, I don't care about that. In that particular role, he's hired to go get the shots up, go get buckets. That 5 of 15, I don't think, especially going up against second units, is always going to be a 5 for 15. Sometimes he's going to be 7 for 15, 8 for 15, 9 for 15, and have some big games. In that role, I have no problem with what I saw from Buddy Hield last night. None.
But by all means, let's keep fighting about it. Let's just keep arguing about stuff. Shout out to the Twitch crew and the YouTube crew who is out in full force today. You can always watch the show live or on demand. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Let's check in with my coach, Luke Walton. He talked about the 3 guards last night. The three guard. I don't know what you're talking about. The 3 guard lineups and the different guards complementing each other.
They do, and it's a big challenge to them because I want those guys on the court a lot this season. The combination of them, and I've told them individually and as a group, I can play you guys as much as we can defend and rebound the basketball, because on offense we're going to be really good. If it's Buddy, Ty, Davion, De'Aaron, TD, any of those combinations offensively is going to be really good, but we can only play it if we can get stops, play defense, and rebound. So I mean, that was a long answer, and not even really answering your question. But yeah, Ty is playmaking and shooting. Buddy is elite shooter. Davion's toughness, grit, taking charges and hitting big shots. And De'Aaron is the head of our snake. He averaged 25 and 7 last year. So there is it's a nice compliment.
Not that it mattered. There wasn't a particularly, we're talking about Buddy's shooting performance yesterday. Let's bring the game into complete context. Tyrese shot 4 of 11. De'Aaron shot 3 of 12.
No, De'Aaron he didn't get it going last night.
He didn't. But there aren't a lot of guys that Harrison did.
Harrison definitely did.
Marvin played pretty well too. I want to get to all of that, except for Harrison, because I'm just gonna be on brand and just ignore how great that he played last night, and we're only gonna point out the things Harrison Barnes does wrong, or when all of a sudden he's not playing well, because that's the only thing that stands out to us. The brother regularly contributes on this level through all of last season, and we virtually ignore it. But Tyrese, man, you talked about Davion being as good as advertised. We talked about, Buddy and his role coming off the bench. Again, we just give you the numbers. We want to be fair, not picking on Buddy here in the way he shot. No one outside of who we mentioned shot really well, who played those amount of minutes. But Tyrese, that's Three-Port Metu from this day moving forward. As a matter of fact, let's call it, is there a mayor in Freeport? Is Freeport a borough?
No, Freeport's just a street.
Just get it changed to Three-Port?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yo, Tyrese looked like I I don't know how you like Tyrese looked like he was in charge of stuff last night. You know what I mean? Like we talk about, and it's the pressure that we constantly put on these guys. You mentioned the media day photo with De'Aaron and Tyrese and Davion, and it's the pressure that we put on these guys. It's the proverbial step that De'Aaron took following his rookie season and that incredible second year that he had. Now we're expecting Tyrese Haliburton to do the same thing. And early indications are, oh, wow. Yeah, no, he actually might do that.
Yeah.
He might straight up just take that step.
Yeah. Nah, I really liked what I saw from Tyrese yesterday. He's a floor general. He's a leader. And he's a good basketball player, right? Like he's finding his way around the NBA game. He looks like he knows exactly what he wants to do out there more times than not. And I think a lot of that comes from a year in the league, being comfortable with it, getting a training camp now. He was one of those guys in the summer that was orchestrating some of those workouts and being in LA. He even went to Vegas and coming to Sacramento early. So he's not only comfortable with the league, but comfortable with the team, his teammates around him. And at least in one preseason game, it showed, because he looked like he had complete control of what he wanted to do more times than not out there.
He definitely did. And I mean, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, a steal. I'm really, really comfortable with where Tyrese is at. That was one of the ones that I was most concerned about. Not Tyrese's production, but like, I think we have this belief that Tyrese is just going to be better than last year. Tyrese was really good last year. I think I don't know if Tyrese would have won Rookie of the Year had he played the entire season, but I don't think he would have finished third.
No.
Had he played the entire season, I don't think he would have finished third. But like now, you know, we kind of look at him. He's going to be even better. Like, he was really good last year. Like, let's not put the pressure on him. Like, I expect his game to evolve, but is his game going to evolve a ton here in the first in his first full offseason? Mark mentioned this a minute ago with, I think he mentioned Mo Harkless and Terrence Davis specifically, in that they joined the team. They didn't have a training camp with the team last year. Well, Tyrese didn't really either.
Right.
He sort of did, but not really. It was a real truncated like off season. So, man, like I you know, there are things that maybe we don't completely think about sometimes because we're so used to our basketball schedule. Like, we think the trade deadline was in February. That's when Mo Harkless and Terrence Davis got here. Well, no, it wasn't. It was like, I think it was like late March or something like that. Like it was later. Like, the season was different last year, and the off season was different last year. And those things could all wind up being positives for guys like Tyrese. Certainly, you know, for Davion having some time to get acclimated that maybe Tyrese didn't have it last year. You know, Tyrese didn't have Vegas. He didn't have the California Classic. He didn't have any of that to get ready for the season. I think these are all positive things that I believe are really working in the Kings' favor, or could really work in the Kings' favor.
The last year was probably just a whirlwind for Tyrese. You know, everything was moving so fast that you can make the argument he never really had an opportunity to get his legs under him, so to speak. Not all those rookies, you know, LaMelo and all, never really had an opportunity to get their legs under him. Now he had a bit of an off season where he could take a breath, figure out what he wanted to work on, what he wanted to get better at after having a year in the league, apply those things to his workouts over the summer, working with his team, things of that nature. And now there's probably just a level of confidence that he has going into the season. And I'm excited to see what he did. The no look to Tristan Thompson on the break. Oh, Showtime. It was a little magic. He's back.
There it is. There it is. By the way, the Kings, you mentioned mentioned the no look pass, but you know, this team out rebounded Phoenix last night too.
It's big
by a healthy margin. Again, we understand what the game is. These are just things you normally don't talk about with the Kings. It's not how many they get out rebounded by last night. Oh, it was close. It was
in the league.
It was 40 to, you know, it was 48 to 40. So they only got out rebounded by a little bit, but they trends. That's what you want to establish in the preseason, right? You're not going to be a finished product by the time you go to Portland.
Right.
But you want to establish trends if you're Luke Walton, if you're the Sacramento Kings. We rebound. That's what we do. We out-rebound our opponents. That's what we do. We work on the defensive end. It's not about what you did last night. It's about doing what you did last night again against the Clippers. And then again against, the Lakers and whoever else, Portland, Lakers, everybody. It's doing it over and over and over again and establishing trends as you head into the regular season.
Yeah, man. Tyrese is that's a good little ball player. And I know numerous times I kind of put a cap on what I think he could do, statistics wise, points per games and all this other stuff. I hope he proves me dead wrong. I hope he blows right past that. And he has the ability to. It's never really about the ability. It was just his approach to the game. Like I said, I don't think he's going to shoot enough or take bad shots or anything like that. But I mean, the guy, he has a mind for the game. He knows what needs to be done, what he wants to do all the time out there. Super impressive.
So I think we covered all the happy stuff enough. We do have to touch on a couple of things that I have some concerns over. We talk about trends. Look, hey, I'm a broadcast journalist. We got to bring in the full story here. We talk about establishing trends, habits, if you will. Well, there's a habit that the Sacramento Kings have got to work on over the course of the next handful of games. We'll dive into that. Plus, we've got our Week 4 power rankings on the way. We'll talk a little bit about what Kyle Shanahan said about Jimmy Garoppolo. We got Matt George joining us in the final hour of the show. We got plenty ahead here. Congratulations to Braden. Braden grabbed him some tickets to see WWE Raw at the Golden One Center. We've got another opportunity for you to win. We're back with more Kings Talk here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. What was that? DLoandKC.com? Yeah, go check it out if you haven't seen it. You haven't seen DLoandKC.com yet? Go check it out. Grab you a hoodie, grab you a t-shirt, grab you a water bottle, grab you some socks.
I'm fooling with the socks.
Get you go get something.
This is maybe he's just being facetious here. This is hilarious. If he's not. Tyrese is the floor general and a good basketball player. More shade thrown at Draymond by KC.
I think he's kidding. I think he's kidding, but I cannot confirm that at all. Definitely cannot confirm that.
Dr. David, I thought the Raiders were going to come back in that second half. They had a lot of momentum.
I did too. Yeah, I did too. But
damn.
Hey, ask me if I care. Go ahead, ask me about that stupid pick'em league.
Oh, well, look, man, more power to you. I'll just have to lose on the Jets.
Yeah, that's just when it's just going to be wrong. Gonna be wrong. Oh man. Do they? Okay, good. Yeah. Shout out to our man Jonathan for getting that set up for us.
Yes, sir.
Man, Atlanta's terrible, dude. Oh my gosh. Atlanta is awful.
Atlanta who?
The Falcons.
Oh.
They are awful.
They stink. You don't need no other body.
Don't mind us. I didn't get my powerless rankings together. That's what I'm putting together right now.
Me too. What a coinky.
I had the power rankings rocking, but I was like, oh, that doesn't look right. Oh, that's because I Didn't update him.
I did the power rankings earlier, and I meant to come back. And I
did. Good news, though. Number 1 didn't change. Number 1 in the powerless rankings will never change.
Ain't changing. No.
Yeah, I read a whole lot on Herbs this morning.
Herbs.
He ain't gonna make it. And Shad Khan teaching a class on how to make a bad situation way worse. Let's put out a press release about it. Like, what? You put out a press release about your coach having his hand all up in some girl? No, that's a bad idea. Like,
this thing is going worse than I thought it would. And I thought he was going to be out real quick.
It's going worse than you thought it would, and you thought it was going to go really bad. I put out a tweet on ESPN 1320's Twitter account. So does anyone think Urban Meyer is going to make it through the season? And our folks over at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco said, well, what season? I said fall.
That's a good one.
My man.
Good question right there.
My man is bad on bad on bad. And his boy, Shad Khan, isn't making it any better for him. The countdown is on for Urban Meyer's departure at Jacksonville. And again, he was just joking about it for those watching on the live stream. He was like, this is going worse than I thought. And he thought it was going to go really, really bad. Like awful, like one and done awful.
I couldn't imagine this.
And it's going, he might be like, is there a such thing as half and done? Like
it may be created.
There will be.
It may be created by Herbs. He may be a 1-of-1. He may be the first.
Calvin says his head may explode on the sideline. If it does, it's probably just a way to get out of coaching the Jacksonville Jaguars.
The second you see him take a knee, you know what's coming next.
Oh yeah. That press conference is coming. He's going to be like, remember the player that quit at half-time a couple of years ago?
That was Avante Davis.
Okay, he just left. He's just like, guys, I'm going. That's gonna be Urban Meyer. They're gonna be waiting for the big speech at halftime. Herb's gonna be in the car. He's gonna be on his way to whatever restaurant he just left this past weekend, or whatever bar he was at. That's right. He's gonna go see his grandkids, which I think that's code word for mistress. Go see my grandkids. Like, because kids, that's not good enough. You certainly can't say your family. That's not strong. But if you say your grandkid, like, oh, he's a grandpa. Nobody bought that. There wasn't a kid inside.
I mean, there was a lot wrong with that.
There was, and it managed to get worse. It managed to get worse by the hour. Like, oh, look at the tweet from this angle. Oh yeah. Okay. All right, Urban.
Are we talking about Urban now?
No, we do. I mean, we can. We don't. I wasn't going to. I was going to talk about the Kings, but we hear. I mean,
we hear
Urban from it.
I mean, the players think he's a joke, laughing at him. They never respected him to begin with.
No. Nope.
Hey, man. All right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to just Barry Horowitz this one because this is not going to work.
No.
It's not going to work.
Not. It's as we say here on D'Lo and Casey, it's over.
It's over.
This when I think your players are gleefully laughing at what's going on right now.
Looking at this guy like he's a joke. Now, no, look, I'll ask a real question here, a general question, and I do. Oh yeah, you had a tease about the Kings. We got to talk about that. I want to cash.
We'll get there. I got you. We'll cash in that money in the bank. We got it.
Do you think he makes it through the year, and do you think he goes to USC? We all have the jokes, but do you think he goes to USC?
No and no. I don't think he makes it through the year, and I don't think he can go to USC now. I think he could have quit and gone to USC, but I don't like if you're USC, like what do you tell people?
Right.
Like the way that this has gone, because it hasn't just gone like, oh, he could make the transition. His players don't respect him, and he made a fool of himself at a bar. And then I tell my players, when Trevor Lawrence had his bachelor party in Las Vegas, I told him, hey, man, watch out. Be careful. So, I just went to the bar after visiting my grandkids. And
is that in their playbook? The disgraced to throw somebody under the bus. Is that in the playbook?
It must be. It must be. It's the only part of the playbook I think Urban Meyer knows. And if you're Trevor Lawrence, are you sitting back there like, what the hell? Hey, don't bring me up in your sleazy ass press conference.
Bruh.
No wonder he doesn't have the respect of his players.
If I'm Trevor Lawrence, I'm doing like Willie Beeman, and I'm changing the plays in the huddle.
Man, here's the thing, man. You could break your arm patting yourself on the back, as Gorilla Monsoon would say. But we told you from jump, whether you thought this was going to succeed or fail, Urban Meyer been a slime ball. And I don't know why people don't admit it. This isn't new. And I don't know how Urban Meyer wows out in different parts of the country, different places that he's worked. But just as a person and the way he conducts his program, dude is not a good dude, man. He's not a good person. You look at Ohio State, you look at Florida, and see the way that program's been run. It's not good. And so like videos like that popping up, like, man, that ain't surprised. You don't have the protection of these small college towns anymore. You don't have the protection of Columbus anymore. You don't have the protection of, what is it, Gainesville? You don't have that protection that those little insulated bubbles of those college towns give you. Fam, you're an NFL head coach. And if somebody thinks that they could trash you through social media or Snapchat or Instagram or whatever it may be, especially when your sorry ass team is 0-4, oh yeah, you going to get that heat. And he wasn't ready for it, man. He's again, that shows you he still thinks he's in college. He still thinks he can, because if anybody think that that's the first time he's behaved like that?
Absolutely not.
Come on, man.
Absolutely not.
Come on, man.
He's what you hit it spot on. A slime ball. I got another. He's a shady character, man. He's a shady character. As Stone Cold would say, I don't trust you as far as I can throw you.
Stone Cold is definitely the only person who has ever said that. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man Sam here. Sam, what's going on, baby?
Oh, what's going on, David? You guys are killing me, man. This is funny. First of all, he absolutely torpedoed the USC job. I mean, think about it. This guy at his Ohio State stop, he had a guy on staff who was the Mr. Domestic Violence, and it turns out that he had this guy on two different coaching staffs.
Brought him back.
But look at USC's track record. They had old Sarkisian, who is using press conferences for his 12-step program, and then you had another guy that you fired on the runway. So the pressure on them to get this next hire right, I mean, there's no wiggle room at all in this whole situation from either side. So I think he pretty much took his name out of the hat, right, with everything that's gone on.
They can't miss with this one.
Wiggle room in that video I saw. Yeah, he's right though, man. Sam kept the receipts. Like, you firing guys on tarmacs. You got Steve Sarkisian out there. You're right, and that's what I think this is all about. USC can't screw this up, and right now Urban Meyer he's damaged goods.
Facts.
Oh, Shad Khan sitting in that office. Come on, health problem. Come on, heart attack.
And aren't they going to London this week?
Oh gosh, are they? Are we doing that again?
Oh, we do it every year.
I figured. Well, we didn't do it. I thought London would just be like,
we didn't do it last year, but
that's cool.
They're going to London as they have tried for the 10th straight year to promote the game in London.
Hey, one day, guys, it'll pay off. Keep at it, little buddy. It'll work.
They want to be international so bad. We're the only ones that care about the NFL.
You know, there are teams that could be international.
It's the Jets and the Falcons this week.
There are teams that could be international. The Jets and the Falcons aren't two of them. The Jacksonville Jaguars aren't one of them. One of them is the Raiders, The other one, Jerry ain't going. Jerry's like, you want me to do what? Oh, no. You want me to give up home? Oh, no. Child, please.
You know what, though? I am kind of surprised that Jerry, maybe he has, but it hasn't gone on like a Jets game or a Jags game.
What do you like the Cowboys playing the Jets or Jaguars?
You know, those are always their home games. Those are Jags home games. Those are Jets home games. I'm surprised Jerry hasn't petitioned to, if I have to go to Jacksonville for a game, well, let's go to London. I'll go to the London game, and he's all about markets and all that. I'm surprised he has. Maybe they have gone to London. I'm sure they have, but
I don't think that they have. Can we look that up? I don't think. I see this note, Jesse. The Cowboys will be in London in Week 6.
Oh wow,
is that right, Jesse? No. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think the Cowboys have ever been there.
They might be the only ones then, because I
think that's right. I think they're the only team that's never gone. And I'm just trying to envision the situation. Right, Roger Goodell. There's going to be ramifications for this, and Jerry's sitting back there. Oh yeah. Tell me more.
Tell me
more about these. Are you going to keep the Super Bowl out of my stadium? Because SoFi, that's mine too. All these stadiums popping up around the country, those are my stadiums. So yeah. Go ahead. Josue, he's a Cowboys fan. He says the Cowboys have gone to London, and that's what I don't recall that whatsoever. But the point I was trying to make is the line that he throws there at the end is that the Cowboys could work in London, but you keep sending this garbage over there, which we don't want to see it in America. Hey, sure as hell don't want to see it over there.
Go ahead, get the banner ready. I've got the drop ready this week. Jets, Falcons in London. Next week, Dolphins, Jags.
Gonna put some butts in the
seat. Look, I didn't even watch when the Niners played the Broncos.
Wait a minute. Is this right? This was the only time they played in London. Was that note you just sent us?
Come on, man.
So the one time
we're calling a little cap here, Josue.
Well, no, it was in 1980s. Well,
this is part of what they're doing now.
The Cowboys played the Jags in 2015. I don't know that. Okay, all right. Let's drop it. It ain't even important. No, I just know that
I didn't watch that game, and I won't watch this game.
Started at what, 6 a.m.?
Yeah.
Ramsey says Urban Meyer's already left for London. I hear they got good bars for the grandkids over there in London. He took his grandkids to the bar. They wanted pictures. Oh, they got them. They got pictures. They got Snapchats. They got IG lives. Boy, they got it. They got it all there, Urban.
David, Urban was listening to Too Close by Nick.
That's not what he was listening to. He was listening to True Live Crew. Dude wasn't listening to no Too Close. My man, he taking that Florida lifestyle too seriously. He was out there listening to Luke Skywalker.
Oh man,
That would be a great time for a commercial break, just to kind of reset and get everything right. But that's not how we do it here. We're gonna keep it moving. I'm gonna try to segue back to the Kings. I don't know how. Urban Meyer had a turnover this weekend. The Sacramento Kings had 16 of them. I'm not going to say what exactly Urban Meyer turned over, but if you've seen the video.
How about this one? I got you. Let me try this one.
I thought that was a good segue. Urban Meyer turned it over and the Kings turned it over 16 times.
It was very good. I'm trying to add on to it. Urban Meyer, he was shooting his shot. The Kings, they shot their shot. 47 threes last night. So
damn. I don't think I realized that.
I didn't realize that either until somebody mentioned it, and I just double checked it.
Wow.
47 threes on the night for the Kings. You think that's
a lot
normal?
No, that's that. I don't know. I don't think so.
That may be Monty Ball, though. Not the former Wisconsin running back, Monty McNair basketball.
I mean, I guess it could be. I don't know. They shot 47% from the field, 34% from three. I don't know. Okay. Storyline to watch for the Clippers game. Do they shoot? Do we set the over under at 45? Do they shoot more than
BetQL
5 threes? They got it up there?
No.
I was about to say, wait a minute. They got it up there already?
Get ready, BetQL. This was
so is that a positive? Is that a positive or a negative?
47 3 attempts?
Yeah. In your eyes.
I think it's negative. I'm not a big believer in jacking up a ton of threes. Mm-hmm. There's analytics and it worked for Houston, although what really worked for Houston was the fact that they had James Harden. But I'm not saying take no threes, but I like to get to the bucket, get easy shots at the rim, get to the foul line, things of that nature. The threes, 47, that's a lot. I'd like to see that, to be honest with you, the chat. I like to see I'd see that around 35, max. You know what I mean? It's only 12 off, maybe around 30 or something like that. 47 is a ton.
We don't want the radio crew to be left out. The chat says Urban Meyer wanted to smack it up, flip it, rub it down. Oh, no. Kings averaged 33 3-point attempts per game last season. Wow. There's a massive increase in one preseason game. That's something to watch for, as they used to say at the end of Sports Center. I don't know if they still.
They also say, "Did you know?"
They did.
Just love. Did you know? They should bring that back. Why wouldn't they bring that back?
I don't know. I wouldn't know. I stopped watching Sports Center a long time ago.
One of the reasons, I don't know if you watch it at night. I mean, it's I
watch SVP, and if I can catch my man Kevin DeGandhi, I'll watch Kevin DeGandhi.
SVP is he's one of the best in the business. But after SVP, you definitely don't watch this. Like your 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock.
Come on, man. Who are you talking to?
It's really embarrassing. I know they got studios down there. I know they're down there in LA Live, but they basically make it like an LA show. Like all they care about is the LA teams. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Well, they probably figure everybody out East is in bed. During the day, it's about the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Philadelphia 76ers and the Knicks and the Nets, and that's it.
No,
and LeBron.
The production is just ridiculous. It's I love LA. Damn near. They got it's like, what are you guys doing? There's a whole nother part of the West Coast that's up as well.
They once put a ban on the term Bristol. You weren't allowed to say, like Mike Wilbon used to say when they would do PTI, and then within the first block in the A block of the Sports Center that came on at 3, they would do like a run-in. And Mike would say, check us out to PTI, blah, blah. Now let's get back to Bristol.
Yeah. You
weren't allowed to say Bristol anymore because they thought it wasn't cool. It's that's like the most Vince McMahon thing I've ever heard. He told them they were told it was Vince McMahon. They were told don't say Bristol anymore. Don't acknowledge where we're from, where we're at, nothing like that. Unless we're in New York or Los Angeles. Then point it out repeatedly.
That's weird.
Anyways, back to the Kings. Here's Luke Walton talking about that. Talking about things that the Kings need to clean up.
There's still a lot to clean up on. We missed a lot of low man rotations. I think we gave up 6 offensive rebounds in the second half. So it's good to be able to get some film against other guys, though, so we can start breaking that down and showing it to the players tomorrow.
So there's some things to break down and talk about with the players. He didn't bring up turnovers. I know who did, though. Harrison, Davion. And at a different point in the press conference, Luke Walton brought up turnovers as well. That's it. We talked about establishing trends in the preseason that you want to carry over. We talked about establishing habits that you want to carry over into the regular season. Well, a habit that you got to fix, a habit you got to break is these turnovers.
You got to take care of the basketball, man.
And they did a good job. They did a good job at some points with that last year. As bad as it felt like everything else was. At times they did protect the ball, especially during that final stretch at times. So it's a problem that I think they can fix. I think this is a stat from the game. This is a note from the game that doesn't become a habit, because that's not something that we talked about. We talked about increased in defensive intensity, toughness, Tyrese, Davion, all of these great things. You could blow all that up real quick if you turn the ball over too many times.
I think the big keys for this team this year, night in and night out, is going to be getting, playing for the most part what they did last year and protecting the basketball, rebounding, and making your free throws. They did great at rebounding last night. Not so good taking care of the ball and free throw shooting, 13 and 19, 68%. 13 and 19 doesn't seem as bad as 68%, but I mean, that's what it is. So they got to be better. They got to be in the high 70s, low 80s, I think, this year. But I don't know if they'll be able to do that. They don't have great free throw shooters on that team.
I'm slightly amused at what Luke just said. He said we gave up 6 offensive rebounds in the second half. They gave up 7 total. So that number in the second half really stuck out to him. He must have been festering on the bench at one point, thinking, why do we keep giving up these offensive rebounds? Doug, how many have we given up? 6, Luke. All right. He knew that number quick.
Yeah. I feel like some of that came, some of it came in garbage time, because that was like a 15-point game. Mm-hmm. And then the Lou Kings and what's her name? Terry Coleman. Is that his name? Our guy, Terry Coleman? I think that's his name.
I think you combined 2 or 3 different players. You mean Matt Coleman? That you combined with Emmanuel Terry, who didn't play? And I think you formed a super G leaguer with Emmanuel Terry and Matt Coleman. Super G League star for the Stockton Kings.
I apologize, Matt. I apologize.
Which
Matt,
rhymes with Gary Coleman, which may have really been what's on your mind.
What you talking about, Davion?
Yeah.
But yeah, they came in, and that should have been a 15, 17 point win last night. And they got a little sloppy out there. But
they did.
Maybe I say that to say maybe that's where some of the offensive rebounds came from as well.
Well, Luke is big into watching the tape. Is he referenced there in that piece of sound that we just played for you? And it's good, I think, when you win a game to have stuff to show your guys. Yeah. We often talk about, I think a running joke Luke's last 2 years is team gets their ass kicked and Luke talks about watching the tape. Team wins. He never mentions the tape. I like the fact that the Kings won and he brought up, we've got film to show these guys. We've got to do these things. He knew that 6 offensive rebound in the second half number right off the top of his head. I'm sure, turnovers will be a focal point of discussion, as all of the players that were available yesterday brought up turnovers as well. There's one other thing, and I don't know that it's necessarily, it's not a negative, because it doesn't really have anything to do with the Sacramento Kings, but there, 3-guard lineup. James Ham was on top of all of the different lineups that are out there. I'm sure every Kings fan listening to this is already following James Ham on Twitter. If for some reason you're not, you need to go do that. And he's all over the different lineups. He's all over the different combinations of guys that were out there. I think Davion even addressed that last night.
We got a lot of good players, a lot of good guards who all can make plays, make shots. But like Luke said, we got to do the little things of guarding and rebounding, because we got smaller guards on our team, so we got to do those little things if we want to be able to win.
So games. Davion brings up the smaller guards.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there were several points last night, KC, where Phoenix ran small.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Again, 1 game sample size, trying to piece together what this team might do in the future, even though Luke Walton said don't read into it. It's exactly what we're going to do. We got 4 hours to read into it, Luke. Come on, man. But you look at, the Suns, I don't know that they were countering small. I just think they were doing their thing. That's what they were doing. That's a plan they wanted to execute. Mm-hmm. Not every team is going to do that. How does that affect what Luke does with all of those guards that he was talking about, with the different guard combinations that we saw last night? How much of a team, I don't know if playing big is I don't know if that's a thing, but how does a team not playing small through several segments of the game, like the Phoenix Suns did, influence what Luke Walton does on a game-to-game basis, on a meaningful game-to-game basis?
And that's probably where, you just kind of switch up the minutes a little bit, because I think more times than not, especially when you're talking about bench play and things that just, especially the way the NBA is played right now, I feel more teams generally play with a smaller lineup than not. So you may get, certain teams. I can't even think of anybody that comes to mind. Well, maybe the Clippers, off the bench end up going, with a traditional big guy. And, well, even they really wouldn't do it because they usually have Paul George and Kawhi Leonard playing out there. So those guys are wing players. So typically you're not going to get too many teams that are playing big, so to speak, like the mid-90s Knicks or something like that, or Isaiah Thomas. You're not going to get a whole lot of that. So I think more times than not, you'll be able to get away with it if you're Luke. But if you do come across a team that's playing big, this is where I talk about you got the horses where you can combat that confidently. It's not even we got to go big. That's not a strength for us. It's like, oh, okay, well, we can put Tristan and Alex Len in there together, whatever you want to do with the bigs, more Metsu or whatever, Mo Harkless. They got the ability to be versatile with the way this roster's set up right now.
Apologies to the homeboy Rashawn Holmes. I don't know that we mentioned his name once today.
We did. Rashawn had a nice little putback.
I mean, thankfully we got two. Thankfully we got 2+ more hours. We got Matt George joining us at 3:20, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. But he was a big catalyst behind the team's rebounding, and as Rashawn always is, he was a big catalyst behind the team's energy. There's a lot more Kings basketball to talk about, and we'll talk about the toughness that team exuded last night with Alex Len, with I think Tristan Thompson as well, your man Mo Harkless, and of course we're going to get you a Terrence Davis jersey to rock here this season. We'll talk about that. The NBA GMs voted on the best player at each position. Their annual general manager survey is out. Little Kings mentions here and there. But we've got our power rankings on the way, our 3 biggest takeaways from week 4 in the NFL season, and we'll touch on some things pertaining to the San Francisco 49ers as well. That's all coming up on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and of course here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, the Steeler 1KC on ESPN 1320. Stop it. Is there really?
The same night?
Oh, Urban. We'll put this up on the screen. I haven't seen this. Maybe y'all were already talking about it in the chat. Maybe Urban and Shelly were looking to spice things up a little bit. I mean, maybe they were looking to spice things up a little bit. Like, hey, what's popping?
Okay.
You know what it is?
Okay.
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 Whose side is he on?
I don't know.
We got a new list out.
A new list?
Yeah, we have a new 25 under 25 list.
Uh-huh. Jeez.
It's kind of stupid if you ask me, but
I thought it was a joke when people said there's a pic of Urban Meyer and his wife on the wall at his bar restaurant that he got filmed. Oh, that's hilarious. That's pretty funny. His wife's not there. There's a picture of her there.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, this was in Columbus, wasn't it? Yeah. That's pretty funny.
Comparison makes you show that patch. Oh, Squarespace has a new logo on the next jersey.
Squarespace, home of TLoandKC.com. True story. Go to TLoandKC.com.
Squarespace, I gotta ask them a question.
I'm talking Squarespace to you, baby. There's no one visiting D-Lo and KC right now. That's hurtful. DLoandKC.com. Go check us out. I know all of y'all didn't get your shirts yesterday. I know y'all didn't. I know not everybody got their gear yesterday. Did y'all get gear? I mean, hey, it's a little early, but did y'all get Christmas presents for people yet? Who in the family wants a Chatty House hoodie?
Come on now. You know, everybody wants that Chatty House hoodie.
Y'all killing them thumbs up, man. Appreciate it. Keep them coming. We at 139 right now. Only 2 thumbs down. So Dave's only activated 2 of his burners. So go on and get them thumbs up popping, man. We appreciate it.
Who needs to give it up at this point?
Appreciate it. There's a I don't even know what you're referring to, but the fact is, yeah, that's a good call. Give it all up. It's 100%. It's coincidentally, there's like thumbs down on 2 thumbs down on D'Lo and KC, 2 thumbs down on Deuce and Mo every week, every day. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, what's this from the Dope Ones? More D'Lo and KC merch on the way? Wait, what? I feel it. Is that a clue? Is that a clue?
That's how we feel. New merch.
Is Kenny Caraway exclusive? Okay. Got him in Alonzo Ball Lakers jersey. Let's go. Head over to DLoandKC.com and grab your new D'Lo and KC merchandise. There's new merchandise on the way. We just threw up a Chatty House shirt. It's for everybody who here in the chat house listens to the show, man. We appreciate you so much. We've got a new logo modeled off of our Luke Belaire logo, ours, because we created it. Not Brett Barish, absolutely not. We created the Luke Belaire logo. Now, what we did is our man Dave Garcia, 209, he made a D'Lo and KC logo based off of those fantastic champagne bottles that you see behind us in our tremendous partnership with the folks over at Luke Belaire. So head over to DLoandKC.com. They make great Christmas presents. They make great presents for your bosses. They make great presents for everybody. It's DLoandKC.com. Matt George going to join us coming up here at 3:20. You want to get into power rankings, power list rankings? You want to do that? I know we got some 49ers business. That's only a $5,000 fine. That's not it. This segment feels naked without that. Like, I wish Danny in San Francisco understand.
I would say, I mean, I don't know. I need clarification because I think that's less than 10 seconds.
We used to do it. Never got an alert. Right. Never was. Hey, y'all need to chill with
17
that.
Weeks.
I think we could sneak it back in. I'm gonna be honest. I think we could. Danny in San Francisco, he's not even paying attention to us anymore. Like, we're not the new hotness. He
really don't watch us.
He's got some. You know what we are? We're Shelly. He's got the girl at the bar. He don't need us right now. He don't need us. So we he's not paying attention to us. We can throw that big rich town. We're gonna throw that back in.
Man, he wilding out if that's what he's doing, man. He wilding out.
No. That's not what I said he was doing. Be careful now. What I said is he's moved on from D'Lo and KC. He's got his new hotness somewhere else. You know, we're all reliable. We're old news at this point.
Old news. Oh no, I was going to ask. Oh yeah, I was about to ask you something. I forgot what it was. Yeah, we're Shelly. I remember now though.
Okay.
Have you watched BMF yet?
Yes.
I haven't watched it.
Watch it.
Okay.
Yeah, Stars is killing it.
Have you watched
Stars is killing the game right now?
Have you watched Wonder Years yet?
I haven't. No.
I haven't watched it either.
Oh,
you know what I might check out only because
you watched anything. Could you offer anything to this conversation you started?
No, David, you thought I was playing. This time of year it just gets crazy. I don't get a chance to watch shows or movies.
You're right. We had the pennant race. We had I get it, no problem.
I don't have to watch all this stuff, but I end up watching all this stuff. Last night I was watching what was I watching? That's not important. Can't remember. It's not important.
Shout out to Donovan Metcalf, who just grabbed him a D'Lo and KC coffee mug. We appreciate you, fam. All right, let's hit these power rankings right here. Week number 4. There were some changes.
There's a lot of changes for me.
Really? Not a lot for me. Just, just kind of a major one. And I think I have the top 5 teams. I don't know how confident I am I have them in the right order. You want to go first or you want me to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay, good. You take the heat.
Number 5.
Huh?
The number 2 team last week. the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I got them at number 5 because there's been some major shakeups in my top 5.
Yep.
Number 4, last week's number 1, the Los Angeles Rams. They're at number 4. Number 3, last week's number 5, the Dallas Cowboys have moved up to number 3 on my power rankings. Number 2, not ranked last week.
Yeah.
From not ranked to number 2, I got the Arizona Cardinals. And number 1, yeah, they were not ranked for me last week. And number 1, the number 3 team last week, well, they're number 1. It's the Los Angeles Chargers, the homeless Los Angeles Chargers.
Huh? Wait, what?
What are we understanding here? What are we getting?
I mean, I know you don't like the Cardinals, but bruh, they beat the Rams.
Yeah, it's a damn good win.
Like they stand there. You know how many undefeated teams there are in the league?
There's 1, 2,
1. No, there's 1. There was 2, but the Raiders let us down yesterday. I guess to bolster your San Diego Chargers, Los Angeles Chargers, homeless Chargers, whatever the hell they are. Boy, that crew last night, God bless it, they should be embarrassed. That crew, I don't. These Chargers, they've got work to do. I'm telling you, they're the secondary tenant here, and they've got work to do. They worked so hard to not say, man, it was really stupid to move the Chargers to Los Angeles, wasn't it, guys? They looked like absolute clowns last night. That was embarrassing. I was embarrassed for them.
And the thing about it is, I don't want to be dramatic, but I almost want to say we're never going to see a change. Like,
no, we're not.
We're never going to see the Chargers play a Raiders game where it's not like that, or play the Chiefs or the 49ers or whatever, or Cowboys. Like, it's going to be, it may get better. Like, if you get a kid born today, 20 years, 25 years from now, it may get better in that respect, but no, it's never going to change.
Can we go back to your power rankings?
Absolutely.
The Cowboys beat the Chargers.
Yeah.
Okay. And the Bucks beat the Cowboys. Okay.
That only plays
I'm literally the dude with the calculator.
That only plays a part in my power rankings. I got to go by what, more importantly, I got to go by if these teams played today, who would win? If the Cowboys played the Bucks today, I think the Cowboys would beat them.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not impressed with the Bucks, man. This goes back into, I've never been impressed. They're Super Bowl champions. You know me though. I've never been impressed with the Bucks. I feel like they got hot, had some fortunate matchups, and were able to ride that to the Super Bowl. All kudos to them. But I'm not impressed with that team. I think the Cowboys are better than them. I think the Rams are better than them. Cardinals,
interesting.
I think they're better. The Cardinals, I mean, obviously you can make a case for them being number 1. They had a great win. They had a great win. But for me, it doesn't match up with what I've seen from the Chargers and the wins that they've been able to have so far this year.
Okay. Well, here's a team that I considered, but wound up not doing it, and it was the Bills. The Bills are like a solid 5.5. They're creepy. They've shut 2 teams out, and then I don't know that stood out to me. They shut 2 teams out, and then I looked at the 2 teams, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe it's not that big of a deal that they shut they shut the Texans out.
Not big.
They shut the Dolphins out, and the Dolphins. Reverse your ears, Jesse. The Dolphins are just, this is bad news. It's bad news, Barrett. It's bad news, Barrett. It's bad news, Brown. It's bad news, everybody over there for the Dolphins.
Bad news, Brown.
Yeah, with his finishing move, the Ghetto Blaster. I did the movement in this, the movement in my power rankings were difficult, and the Cowboys wound up not moving. I got the Cowboys at 5 still.
Okay. All right.
I got the Bucks at 4. I got
Where
the
were they
Ravens.
Last week, do you know? The
Bucks
Bucks
were 2.
Okay.
Bucks were 2. But I moved up the Baltimore Ravens, and I only dropped the Rams down 1. I still buy the Rams.
That's
and
fair.
I put the Cardinals at 1. The Cardinals were my 5.5 last week. Actually, they were my 4.5 because I did the 3-3. So I got to acknowledge the 4-0 team that beat my number 1 seed last week, or my number 1
seed. Right though.
Mm-hmm.
There's no Chargers in there.
Mm-mm.
Wow.
Mm-mm. And I like the Chargers. I said that yesterday. I said the Chargers would beat the Raiders. I like the Chargers. Why would I put the Chargers above the Cowboys?
Because I think they're a better team. They won. They played head to head, and the Cowboys won. I understand that, but I think the Chargers.
I think the Chargers got something cooking. I'm just not there with them yet. I thought they would win last night's game because I think that they have something cooking. And 2, I don't buy the Raiders yet. I want to buy Derek Carr. I don't. I think yesterday was the beginning. It's the beginning of what we knew what was coming.
Early. That's pretty damn early.
Okay.
I'm not going that far with the Raiders just yet.
I'm already there. I'm already there with a drink and a cigar. I'm already there, bro.
Let me see what's going on with the Raiders. Nah, they got the Bears next week. They'll beat the brakes off of them. Then they got the Broncos, the Eagles, the Giants. Nah. I don't know if it's going to happen this year. That schedule, well, back into the schedule is a little tougher. Which would be right on point. Right on par.
It would be on par. But what if I told you the Bears beat the Raiders this week?
I'd be shocked.
Okay. I'd be shocked Matt Nagy could pull something like that off. But yeah, I believe it. Can we do it like a power list rankings for coaches? Power list rankings cemented. I've already got the trophy together for them. It's already made. It's already inscripted. They're going. We talk about how difficult it is to go undefeated. We talk about how difficult it is to go winless for an entire year. This team is going wire to wire as the worst team in the NFL, and it's the Jacksonville Jaguars, followed by the Houston Texans, who lost by 40. The Detroit Lions, who I keep thinking are going to stumble across the victory. I haven't put the Lions in the powerless rankings yet. They can't stumble across the win. They're 0-in season. The Falcons, who are just was there a trade on the table? I don't know. And this might just be the beginning for the Falcons. And good for the Jets for getting a win, but I'll take them out of the power rankings if they get one more.
Yeah, I mean, we got more of the same kind of. No, they're maneuvered the same way, except I have Jets at 4, Falcons at 5. You can switch that if you want to. I think the Jets are worse than the Falcons, but I mean, they both stink.
I'll give the Jets credit for winning a game. That's what I'll give them credit for.
Congratulations to Robert Saleh, man.
Indeed, and congratulations Zach Wilson and Justin Fields, and congratulations to Matt Nagy for getting a win. They're few and far between for that guy, so good for him.
Weren't the Bears? Oh yeah, you had them in there because they weren't starting Justin Fields. I was about to say, weren't they in your powerless rankings at one point?
They were, and it was because of they weren't starting Justin. By the way, I think Andy Dalton is starting this week. So remember what I said about what if the Bears beat the Raiders? Never mind. Never mind. Scratch that. And I don't know that that's official. I think I saw that on Sunday or Monday. And I don't know that that's official, but I know that there's already something out there about Andy Dalton starting on Sunday. So
there
you go.
I don't know about that one.
When you fail hard. Matt Nagy's doing it. Man. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento KRXQ HD2 Sacramento One Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We appreciate you so much for being with us. You're just tuning in, man. Where you been? We already talked to Mark Jones today.
Yeah, man.
Mark Jones about the game last night, about the Sacramento Kings preseason game number 1 victory over the Phoenix Suns. We talked about the vibe surrounding this team. We talked a lot about Buddy Hield. We talked about the team's commitment to toughness and defense. And if you missed any part of that conversation, It's available on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get podcasts from. If you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, if you're just tuning in a little bit late, no problem. We'll have that conversation up there for you. As a matter of fact, I think if you tune into the live stream, you can just rewind and catch up. You can listen to D'Lo and Casey till 6 o'clock instead of 4 o'clock. No problem, man. We got you covered here. Let's talk before we shift back to the Kings, because I do want to talk more about the Kings. We're going to talk with Matt George about the Kings, his weekly visit coming up at 3:20. I want to talk about the toughness that the team put out there. I want to get back to what you were mentioning about Alex Len, Tristan Thompson. We've talked a lot about the shuffling of the guards. I want to get back to the shuffling of that front court. And we haven't given my man his flowers yet. And I'm surprised because I thought this might be point number one for Kenny Caraway, though you did tell the fantastic story of you telling the Queen Bee, yo, 35 is starting, and the Queen Bee telling you to go outside and watch the game and leave her alone. Yeah, pretty much she did. But I don't know that the story is Marvin starting. Maybe it is. Maybe we'll find out against the Clippers. Maybe we'll find out as the preseason goes along. But I think there is a story about how Marvin played last night, which we can talk, especially one particular stat that we've already talked about a little bit today as it pertains to the whole team, not just isolated to Marvin Bagley. So we've got all that coming up this hour. Let's talk about, since we just did our power and powerless rankings, no 49ers in sight on either one of those, thankfully, in the powerless case. But we did get a little bit of news yesterday as we were talking to Jason Jones in the final hour of the show that we weren't prepared for. And Kyle Shanahan gave his press conference yesterday saying there's a shot. I don't know if it's a good shot, a decent shot, or just a shot that Jimmy Garoppolo is actually under center this Sunday.
Gotta tell you, Davion,
that big breath, by the way, is never followed by anything good. Ever. Like, that's a surefire sign that my man is not in a good place. So when you hear that, you know, no good. No good. I understand.
I'm just not interested in it. And I say that not saying, because some people will probably be like, oh, you start Jimmy G, then you're never going to win with him. I don't believe that. I don't believe that with Jimmy G this entire season or whatever. But I've seen enough this year. I'm just not interested in that. Like it's not. It hit me a little bit like a ton of bricks during that.
Bricks don't hit like a little bit. If they hit you like a ton of bricks, it hits you for real. Ain't no little bit about getting hit with a ton of bricks.
I've never been hit by a ton of bricks. Luckily,
I don't think that I have.
But that Packers game, and before he made his potential game-winning drive. The numbers were pedestrian. They were pedestrian. And I looked at it and I said, man, Trey can do this. And then, not to say that it was great or it was a flawless performance, but we literally saw Trey do that in a half. He was like 9 of 18, 157 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
I'm like, he can do this.
Well,
why
to
not?
be fair, the tone, the flow of the game was different. Like the 49ers were behind. I hear you. That doesn't take away from your point, but the flow of the game was different. You said 9 of 18. Jimmy Garoppolo ain't throwing the ball 18 times in a half.
Well, he did though. He was 14 because he was 10 of 12 in the first quarter, 4 of 11, I think, in the second quarter. So he was 14 of 23.
It would be cool if I stopped pretending like I didn't have the stats right at my fingertips.
Which was like that, to your point, though, that was an anomaly, right? Like,
well, he was cooking in the first quarter, so maybe Kyle thought, hey, let it rock.
Yeah.
You're right, 14 and 23.
Even the fact that he had 12 pass attempts in the first half or in the first quarter was a bit of a surprise. Like you mentioned, he doesn't get that in the half sometimes. So, I don't know, man. I look at Jimmy and I'm just not seeing what I want to see from him to make me say, don't put Trey Lance in there. If you go with Jimmy, then you go with Jimmy. It's not a bad thing, but I haven't seen enough to say, don't go with Trey because Jimmy's just fine. If you want to go with Trey, I completely understand that.
I was not even like, I didn't even expect this was going to be a conversation. So now
I didn't expect this to be a conversation either, because the era was over.
Okay. Now that I'm not, I think that that's the right decision. I don't know that. I feel like Kyle, look, man, today's a good day. We've already got into it about Buddy Hield. I don't even want to say Kyle Shanahan's name here at this point. But I feel like my man can't make up his mind on what he wants. Do you want Jimmy or don't you? I mean,
are y'all finished or y'all done? I ain't got no more talking.
Well, commit to something. You committed to Trey Lance next year. Okay. So you have the opportunity to go to him right now. I'm kind of with you in the sense of, how much worse can it get? Like we're working with a lot of, Trey Lance has a different set of skills than Jimmy Garoppolo. He's gonna make his mistakes along the way. Exhibit A, Zach Wilson. Exhibit B, Justin Fields. Exhibit C, Max Jones. You go run through all of these guys. They've made their mistakes through the first part of their the early stages of the career. First would-be quarter of their career in a previous era. Trey Lance was asked to figure it out in a half. Like, figure it out right now. We still really need to win this game. We've got to get something together. We're going to get out. We're going to get you out there. We're going to try to put you in a position to succeed. Of course, his first pass, he throws at the feet of George Kittle. And then from there, as Vince McMahon would say, he loosened up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
He got going. He got a little bit more comfortable. I feel like with Jimmy Garoppolo, kind of like, when are they going to make the decision? Is he going to announce it Friday? Like, what are you telling Trey right now? That's more of what I'm concerned about. Because for me, come out, Trey, you're starting Sunday. That's that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the end of it. You're starting. Or it's like, I don't know, man. Like, we're going to Andy Dalton you. Like, if Jimmy can play, he's going to start. Even though I can't imagine, like, what would his first practice be, Friday? Because I don't imagine he's going to practice tomorrow.
Right. Well, to your point about saying, Kyle, make up your mind, go with what you want. I can make the argument he is going what he wants. He doesn't want to play Trey Lance right now. But he doesn't
want Jimmy Garoppolo either.
No, he wants Jimmy Garoppolo to play. If I put it, Davion, if he didn't want him to play, he would have took him out.
So, why? Why does he want Jimmy Garoppolo? He's moving on from him. The divorce is coming.
Because he doesn't trust Trey Lance right now. Because Trey's not ready. He doesn't feel. I can tell you exactly why he thinks that. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but he doesn't feel like he has the full playbook at his disposal, which you could argue he doesn't have it with Jimmy Garoppolo either. But he doesn't think Trey's ready. He doesn't trust him, and he doesn't want to play him today. Does he think he'll be better a year from now, 2 years? Yeah, absolutely. But today, he doesn't think he's ready, and he doesn't want to play him. He'd rather just throw out Jimmy out there.
Two questions, because this is the question. This is the comp everybody likes to make. Would Patrick Mahomes' second season, like his first season as the starter, would it have been different had he started his rookie year?
That's the answer we don't know. That's the answer we don't know. And I think that's individual to individual. Some people will get beat up. And I'm just
no, that's perfect. That's a good enough answer right there. It's different from individual to individual. So everybody taking this proclamation of, we want to do it the Alex Smith, Trey Lance way. Maybe that's not the most effective way for Trey Lance to develop as a quarterback. Well, it's just from sitting. Oh, you learn so much from sitting on the sideline. You hear all of these old NFL analysts say, you learn so much sitting on the sidelines. Yet they don't do that anymore. They throw guys out there. And it's great. Did Deshaun Watson miss his rookie year?
No,
he missed the first half because his head coach is a dope.
Yeah.
But he came out the gate as a starter.
Mm-hmm.
Russell Wilson came out the gate as a starter. Like there are quarterbacks for every quarterback that fails. You could point to a quarterback that succeeds.
All the quarterbacks this year.
Sure. But I'd argue they're developing. I'd argue Matt Jones is developing. Justin Fields shouldn't count in this conversation, by the way, because he was in a similar situation with Trey Lance. He kind of came in out of nowhere, and then his first game. I
don't have an answer for that one, because I asked the question the other day, and I don't think just because these guys have struggled so far this year that they're going to struggle for the rest of their career. There may be two that persevere from this, and there may be one that can't get past it, or two that can't get, I don't know. And I don't know if Mahomes' career would have been any different. I would lean towards to make sure I answer your question. I would lean towards no, because I believe in his talent. I believe at the end of the day, he wouldn't have been broken if he would have had some struggles or anything like that, and his talent would have came through. So I think he would have been just as good if he started as opposed to sitting. But I think right now, Kyle Shanahan looks at Trey Lance and says he's not necessarily ready, and I don't think that's wrong. Like we watched him, and it was a crazy situation. He don't look ready. I'll tell you that.
Fine. Maybe the question shouldn't be, is Trey Lance ready? Maybe the question should be, is Jimmy Garoppolo ready?
No, that's why I'm sitting here saying, as much as I like Jimmy, for me, it's hard for me to sit up there and say, play Jimmy, because you're getting so much more than you would get from a Trey Lance that isn't ready. You're getting about the same. And I saw, and I continue to see every time with Trey Lance, the more he's out there, the more comfortable he gets, the better decisions he tends to make. I'll tell you right now, I'll get off the fence. I would start Trey Lance on Sunday. And I would start that era. I would get that going, because there's something we'll talk about later with the 49ers, or next, whatever you want to do. I don't think starting Trey Lance is looking forward to next year and forgetting about this year. I think there's still a lot of football left to play and a lot of football left to be won if you're the 49ers, and you can get that done with Trey Lance.
Okay. Let's elaborate on that. We'll hit on our 3 biggest takeaways from week number 4 as well, and then we'll get back to the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about the toughness they put out that night. We'll give some flowers to Marvin Bagley, because he deserves them with the way that he played. There's some positives and not a negative. Just I just put a little question mark next to this that I want to ask you about. That's all coming up. You can jump in on the phone lines as well, 916-349-1320. You can check us out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Wherever you're at, just know we're coming back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
13th round shirt available at DLoandKC.com.
Go Cop one. 13th round here with Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. I love the crew over there. Shout out to Ryan. We were, T.O. I can always talk about T.O. because he continues to look like a clown. We can talk about a number of different things, but it is Wilder Fury week. And that's what we're talking about all week long here on the 13th round. Yesterday, we talked about their first matchup in December of 2018. Now I want to fast forward to their second matchup. And the reason that they even had a second matchup is because Deontay Wilder continued to be a man of his word. A lot of people thought it was a controversial decision. He said, I'll give you an opportunity to run it back. Tyson Fury had some little sorry fight in between. Deontay Wilder fought Luis Ortiz, knocked him out, and he stayed a man of his word. He said, me and Fury, we're going to do it again. And they did it again. In the second fight, Fury gets a new trainer. Guy from his name is escaping me right now, but has ties to the Kronk Gym. Wilder came into that fight, I thought, very overconfident. Remember, he had knocked down Fury twice, including in the 12th round. And I thought he came into that fight thinking, I'm just going to continue doing what I did the last fight. I'm going to knock him down, and he won't get up this time. And that wasn't the case. Fury ate a couple of shots early from Deontay, and then Fury landed some big shots of his own, preferably one behind the head of Deontay Wilder that Wilder never recovered from. Now, you get into the nuts and bolts of that fight. There's allegations of Tyson Fury cheating, Glovegate, Deontay Wilder getting rid of Breland, his trainer, for throwing in the towel and essentially saving him. I'm going to tell you like this. I don't know if I believe Glovegate and all this other stuff, but make no bones about it. Tyson Fury is a shady character. He's a known cheater. He's done it before, and I'd never put anything past Tyson Fury, ever, in the boxing ring. We'll talk more about the aftermath to what happened after Wilder Fury 2 tomorrow. It's Wilder Fury week, baby, on 13th round. Somebody like Tyson, that's right, Sugar Hill, my bad. Somebody like Tyson Fury, you can't let him off the hook for being the cheater that he's been numerous times in his career. Come on, man. No. If I'm Wilder, if I win, you ain't getting no rematch. You ain't getting nothing. You don't deserve it. You try to snake me out of my rematch? Man, please. I get the bag with Anthony Joshua. It's personal with those guys. That's why I say that with them. It's personal with those guys. Rich, I don't have a St. Louis Cardinals hat. Else I probably would.
Hey, Jesse, you could probably cut Mark Jones from Twitch. Since the sound is better, I think it would be cool to have that. And I'll try to do that with all our phone guests now. Make that little, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a good call. Cut them Mark Jones clips, man. That'll be good. Adele shares a teaser for her new single.
Okay, Adele.
ESPN 1320, Twitch, YouTube, and on the Odyssey app, where you could discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Of course, you can listen to D'Lo and Casey live there and on demand as well.
I gotta give some air horns, some birthday air horns to our guy Aceberg Slim. Aceberg Slim out here. Shout out to Staten Island. Shout out to the Bronx. Shout out to this man. He traveling the world right now, man. So I want to give him a big shout out, big happy birthday shout out for sure.
You know what you need out in Staten Island and the Bronx and all those spots?
What you need?
You need a D'Lo and Casey hoodie available exclusively at DloandCasey.com.
That's for sure. You need that because it's getting chilly season.
You know what it is, man. D'Lo and KC partner with the Dope Ones. Go check it out, DloandCasey.com. Matt George set to join us. I'm sorry.
Ask Matt George a question.
That was bad timing. I wasn't laughing at Matt George. I was laughing at the Brooks Koepka versus Bryson DeChambeau, the match.
Oh, God.
Now, unless these two are wrestling on Dynamite, I mean, it's cute that they got them to agree to this, but in this beef, isn't Brooks Koepka and Bryson DeChambeau beef?
Those are the two that have beef. Like they were talking on the on like the post game or something like that, right? I don't know. Ramsey, answer the question. I don't know these guys. They can walk through my living room. I wouldn't know who the hell they are.
But wouldn't you be concerned if they walk through your living room?
Yeah, I'd be like, what the hell are you doing here? Get out of here, guy.
Jesse said, I've heard rumblings this could be a work. What? Wait, like the beef could be a work?
Wow.
See, like that's wrestling. All right. Well, I ain't gonna quote you. You just said it on the radio, but that's fine. I won't quote you.
Now, I will say this: if there's beef, I'll pay attention.
Mm-hmm.
They got me on that one.
We love conflict
stuff. Like, no, I don't need to watch.
Well, no, I think that was actual beef. No, by the time that they did the match, no, that wasn't beef anymore.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, if they did it when they weren't feeling each other, I'm watching that. But
we love conflict.
Mm-hmm.
I think, I don't know, it's sports, whether it's sports fans, it's men, or it's just people. Like, we love, I don't even think it's men. I think it's just people. People love conflict.
That real heat, that real genuine heat. That's why I know we save it for the 13th round, but I got to talk about it just a little bit. Wilder Fury 3. That, people talking about, they're trying to sell the fight. No. This is real heat. This is real heat. Like, I think Wilder, if he sees him on the street, it's on sight. For those who don't know what it means. Like, he would punch him in the face on the street.
For those who don't know what that means, it's bad. It's very bad. On site is something terrible.
Yeah. So that's real heat, which means, ain't no way I'm missing this one.
Okay. Is that this weekend? You've been talking a lot about that. Is that this weekend?
Yeah, it's Saturday on the 13th round. It's all Wilder Fury all week on the 13th round. I'm giving you guys a story. It's almost like a timeline on the WWE Network. Is that what it's called?
I like it. 13th round available exclusively during the live stream every day at 2:13 or over on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. I want to get into the Kings and Marvin Bagley's play last night, but I feel like you had a couple of more things you wanted to touch on regarding the San Francisco 49ers, so I don't want to cut that short.
Yeah, so there was two questions that, one that I wanted to ask and another that I wanted to answer. And I'm just asking. I think I have an idea of it, but I want to ask your opinion.
Okay.
We talk about Kyle Shanahan. We talk about the 49ers offense, and we say how bad that it's been. And Kyle Shanahan isn't doing a good job and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Is that overblown a little bit when you talk about his offense? And I'll lay out the evidence in front of you.
Okay.
We talk about, the Lions. It was the Lions. It's not a big deal. But they put up 41. They averaged 10 yards a play in that Lions game. That's a good game offensively. Philadelphia struggled. Outside of about 3 drives in that game, they struggled. They did get those 3 drives. And another thing about those 3 drives, it wasn't just scoring. They had like 17 play, 9-minute drive. Like, they were part of the reason why there wasn't an opportunity for more points is because they were eating up the clock on 3 different drives. So I'll even put that as a below average day offensively. The Green Bay struggled mightily in the first half, really bad. Second half, they scored with 2 seconds to go in the first half. They essentially put up 28 points and a half. And then you go to Sunday, and Sunday they were doing really well moving the ball. They couldn't get in the end zone for the majority of the first half. Getting in the end zone is the ultimate goal with all this stuff. So maybe it's just, nitpicking a little bit and semantics of it all. But I wouldn't say they've been terrible offensively. I'd say they'd be awfully inconsistent. And that's not very good either. You know what I mean? That's not what you want either. But to just say that he's been outright bad and the team's been outright bad on offense, I don't know if that's necessarily true. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't think the team has been bad offensively. I thought differently of the Philadelphia game after it happened than I did now. I gave Philadelphia a little bit more respect going into that game than maybe I should have. I think the bigger issue is the fact that they haven't played a whole game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like they haven't played they haven't played a complete game. They haven't played a game in which you can feel good about some things you did in the first quarter. I could have done this better. Some things we did in the second quarter. I could have done this a little bit better. It's like, no, you just eliminate halves.
Right.
Just knock out the whole first half. It doesn't even count. This is what we did. So we got to go review the tape from the first half, and it's going to take us 2 hours because we got to go over every single thing we did wrong. Mm-hmm. I think that's my bigger concern is there's no like ebb and flow to the game. It's just like they're dead, and then all of a sudden they're alive.
The Undertaker.
Yeah, it's like they hulk up it's somewhere, and they start shaking and pumping their fists, and then they get going, and before you know it, they're in the end zone. They're posing for the crowd. But before that, it's just like, man, there's really nothing here. What's wrong with this team?
Yeah.
And you mentioned the Green Bay game again. Perceptions, the perception. The perception of the Detroit game changed a little bit because of the last 3 minutes. Whether not for everybody, it didn't change for you. It didn't change for me. It was more frustrating than it was concerning.
Mm-hmm.
But then you look like, man, how different would the perception have been if they had been able to close out that Packers game? The fact is, they lost. I mean, all 4 games they've been involved in, and these are 1-score games.
Mm-hmm.
8-6-2-7. Like they're all one score games. But I'll throw this back at you, and you could speak to this better than I could. What was 2019? 13-3?
13-3, yep.
16 games in the books, and we're still asking questions about like the quarterback, number one offense in the league, and we're still like, can they keep this up? Can they do this in the postseason? It's like, dude, that's literally how you win football games in the playoffs. Is you have a dominant running game, and that's what the San Francisco 49ers had. For some reason, whether it's Kyle Shanahan, and I don't think that it is, or it's Jimmy Garoppolo, who I do think that it is, it brings this like, there's like this blanket of uncertainty is not the word. It's like a blanket of overreaction, or there's a blanket of, nothing is as good as what you see, but it's all worse than what you see. Right. You know what I mean? So to answer your question in a very long-winded way is, I think it's a bit like we're overreacting to talk in talking about the offense a little bit. I think when we say offense, but we're really talking about one person. Now there are times where, man, Trey, you got to have more from Trey Sermon. You already lost Raheem Mostert. You got to have someone in that backfield step up for you a little bit. Yo, Debo's killing it. He's getting the ball from somebody. He's not throwing it to himself. So like, maybe yes, I believe we're overreacting a little bit. For now, that could change this week, but we're overreacting a little bit.
And I also think that the running game that's the heart and soul of what Kyle Shanahan likes to do. And the fact that, wherever you want to put Trey Sermon or whatever, the fact that he's missing his top three runners, his top three running backs, that's hurt him. And he hasn't been able to consistently adjust to that.
The problem is Trey Sermon wasn't one of those.
Yeah, exactly.
That's another problem. Like, missing your top three running backs, you were supposed to be one.
Yeah, and he's not. And even Trey Sermon, like I said, he had a good game on Sunday, and he did some good things. I don't think he's the type of, which begs the question, why did you draft him? But he's not the type of running back that I'm used to seeing, and I think Kyle Shanahan is used to coaching in that system, where there's a level of explosiveness and speed to their games. I said it when it happened, or at the beginning of the season. It's so sad for a number of different reasons. Raheem Mostert was the running back Kyle Shanahan probably been searching for his whole career. Like, to have the level of physicality and the strength to go along with the explosive speed, to actually have him, that's it. That's what you wanted from your running back, and for him to lose him week one. He just hasn't adjusted consistently to not having the run game at his disposal the way he's used to it. So he's going to have to figure it out, though. Going into Arizona, you got to figure it out. But I wanted to ask you this, or answer this, because we had the question, or it was asked, which teams, and I'm sorry if we're a little too early, but which teams are most in danger of letting the season slip away right here as we go into week 5? And you asked the question, are the 49ers on that list? And I don't think they're there. Even if they go to Arizona and lose, there's a couple of things working out. I looked at the schedule, and I went almost worst case scenario. I said, let's just look at their schedule and say they lose every game to teams that we think that are better. So that means they lose every game in the NFC West. They lose to the Titans, and I think they had another game out of conference. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm gonna try and pull it up. But if they lose every game in the NFC West and they lose to the Titans in December, that's 8 losses. Like, that's it. Would you say that's, I mean, I know they can lose every game. That would be worst case scenario, but realistic worst case scenario. They lose.
Well, 8 losses, that gets you at 9-8.
Yeah.
Is that good enough?
I don't know. We've never seen a season like this. I don't know. But But hear what I'm saying though.
Mm-hmm.
That's worse. That's saying they'll never win a game in the NFC West. Like, come on. Even a bad season in the NFC West is 2-4. Like, I'm not even saying they kill the NFC West. If they instead of losing all the NFC West games, or they go 2-4, now you're looking at what's that, 11-6?
You did this last year though. You looked at the schedule and you tried to formulate wins when things were going wrong, and then you got blown out by the Dolphins. Yeah, the Dolphins is a win.
And they came back, and until they fell apart, they were like a game out of first.
They fell apart in week 2.
No, stop. Because they went to New England, beat the hell out of the Patriots to go to like 3-2 or 4-3 or something like that. And then Deebo Samuel got hurt. Then Jeff Wilson got hurt. Jimmy didn't. No, Seattle was the one that ended the season. Jimmy got hurt in that game. George Kittle got hurt in that game. That's when it all went to hell in a handbasket with the injuries. So if George Kittle gets hurt and Deebo Samuel gets hurt, it doesn't matter who they play. Yes, I will agree with that. But we'll hope that people stay healthy. Well, and there's games that they should win if they have a relatively healthy roster.
Well, if you want to have a get right moment here in the season, doing against D'Lo's number 1 power rankings team, number 1 in his power rankings, that's a good way to do it. Like if we got word to the San Francisco 49ers, like I know the Cardinals are 4-0. If you get word to the 49ers and go, yo, like they're not just 4-0, they're number 1 in D'Lo's power rankings on D'Lo and KC in Sacramento.
That's that added spark.
If that's not enough to motivate these guys, like someone should shoot a text to Eric Armstead. Hey, Eric, like check this out. Like you don't want to drop the ball here. Well, we got you.
It's a big swing.
The season. The fact is, the season's not over for anybody except for Jacksonville.
Yeah,
it's over for them. And honestly, it never even started for a team like Houston. So, with that, whatever, a variety, like a number of other things could happen in a number of other conferences. There's no reason to write off anything. Here's my bigger concern with the San Francisco 49ers before we get back to the Kings here. And I'll ask you a question. You asking all of these questions, I'll ask you.
Okay.
What's this team's identity?
They're trying to find it right now because they can't run the ball. Their identity would be smash mouth running football and dominating the game on the ground. And that has been taken away from them in most part due to, losing their top 3 backs. So now they're having an identity crisis. They're trying to figure out, we can't necessarily do it that way. What can we lean on to win games right now? Is it a pass game? Is it defense? What is it? They don't know right now.
Mm-hmm.
As Denzel Washington said in Malcolm X, I don't know who I am. Remember when he was in?
No, I do. Did you just watch Malcolm X? Because that's the second Denzel Washington. You made one yesterday. Oh, that boy hungry. Oh,
that boy sure is thirsty.
He's starving. That's what it was. Like, did you just?
No, that's a popular gift right there.
Okay.
That's a popular one when somebody's thirsty. Boy, that boy sure is starving, isn't he? That's a popular one. Nah, but training day was like 25 years or 20 years ago today, I think.
Oh, more importantly, on this day in 1997. What for a very, very, very long time was the greatest match I'd ever seen. Now it's the second greatest match I've ever seen. And for my money, the greatest debut in the history of sports entertainment.
What?
That's gotta be Kane. That's gotta be Kane.
Bad blood in your house. Bad blood. Unfortunately, now that I think about it, this is also the anniversary of the day Brian Pillman died. I remember they announced his passing before that pay-per-view started. But that first Hell in a Cell match, I know Mick Foley jumped off the cage. Rikishi took a back bump off it. I know they've done all sorts of stupid stuff with the cell since then, including that awful match, the Golden One Center. Oh, that awful Hell in a Cell pay-per-view that they had that ended with Seth, the only disqualification ever, started with that match in 1997, and it was flawless.
Real quick on that match, you can make the argument that might have killed both of their careers to a certain degree, Seth and The Fiend.
That was bad.
That was real bad, Michael Jackson.
Bad.
Yeah. But that was Taker versus Shawn.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow.
Second greatest match ever.
What's the first?
Taker versus Sean. WrestleMania 25.
Yeah, that was a great one.
WrestleMania 25 is the only match I've ever seen better than Bad Blood or Hell in a Cell.
What a
Hell in a
moment.
Cell is so good.
That's got wait for it.
That's gotta be Kane. That's gotta be Kane.
Bruce Pritchard tells a great story how he hates that call.
Why?
He didn't want Vince to do it. He wanted Vince to be quiet, but you can't tell the owner of the company to shut up. Like, he wanted it to be silent and for Kane to walk down the ring, and the first person to acknowledge that it's Kane is the Undertaker. Because if you remember the Undertaker's look, it was like it wasn't what we had normally seen.
It was like,
him.
oh my gosh.
And I thought it was still. I mean, we knew who it was. We didn't need Vince to do it, but I get the story that Bruce was telling about how he wanted it to. He wanted it like, what is that? Like, what is that? Yeah. And then it's Undertaker who goes, he does he's looking at him, and then Kane
they mirror each other or something like that with their head movements. Is that what?
No,
happened?
that was Doink.
What?
Those were the two Doinks that did that. No, that they didn't. Kane just did he did the puppy dog. He did the head tilt.
The two Doinks. Damn, that's a difference.
The two Doinks at WrestleMania 9 did they did the mime thing. Yeah,
I do remember that. But I understand what Bruce is talking about. But I think that was the right call by Vince. Like, I think that's got to be Kane. That's one of the. I think that's one of the great calls.
It's one of the greatest debuts, I think, in history. For my money, I think it's the greatest debut in history. It's better than Jericho's, which is a little goofy.
You said 25 years ago?
It was 1997. It was 1997. So that's
crazy.
Is that 24?
Oh man.
Yeah, man.
Why am I so old?
4 years ago. I don't know, man. I don't know about. I'm getting younger, bro. You getting older. I don't know what the deal is with you. I'm going in reverse here. Let's dive back into the Sacramento Kings. I mean, we got Matt George joining us coming up at 3:20. We'll touch on the NBA GMs. The GMs, air quotes, voted on a couple of things, including favorite. No, I don't even know why. One, I don't know why they do this. I guess writers need content, and I guess we need content too. But when does this ever work? Like, the GMs say the Lakers or the Nets are going to win. Like, okay, dude. Like, so does everybody else. Like, I don't care. What are you talking about? But we'll touch on that stuff. I know it humors some people.
Can we, before we get into the Kings, because we once we go for the rest of the show, we can't go back.
Yeah, I wanted because I got a lot. I still got a lot in the tank, Kings wise.
So do I. So I know we can't go back, but I wanted to ask you this. Mm-hmm. American League Wild Card game tonight.
Oh, there you go.
Yankees at Red Sox. That's some good stuff, man. I'm glued to that for sure. And I was thinking back on the conversation that we had with Jason Jones yesterday. You guys can check that out on YouTube or on the Odyssey app. I was listening to some other stuff, and maybe my emotions are different because the Giants won. I don't think so. I think this is like, I'm purely looking at this at like a competitive standpoint. But is the Major League Baseball playoff setup really that bad? I don't think so. Now, after the wild card game, I think they absolutely should reseed. That should happen. But I know Jason and other people have talked about it's stupid that you played 162 games. You got the second best record, and you have to play in a one-game scenario. That is what makes winning the division mean something. That's what matters. That's why this was a great 2 weeks. If they both would have just clinched the playoffs 3 weeks ago, like they probably should have, we wouldn't even have looked at baseball for the next 3 weeks. No. I think how they have it set up right now is perfect. Now, that may be going away because a lot of people believe they're going to bring back the playoffs like they had it last year with like plethora of first-round matchups, 3-game series and stuff like that. And I think at that point, who cares about divisions? Mm-hmm. I think that kind of cheapens the regular season.
Yeah, I'm good with it. I think the point that you just made is the best in that it makes winning the division mean something. Mm-hmm. Like winning the Pacific Division doesn't mean anything.
Not at all.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, you home court advantage, and I understand all of that stuff, but still a 7-game series for everybody involved. There's no buys or anything like that. The only thing that I don't like the 163rd game. That's the only thing I don't like. I'm fine with the wild card game. You don't want to play in a wild card? Fine. Win the division. You can't win the division? This is what you got. You play another team that didn't win the division, and that's how the wild card works. You fight it out, and then you get the opportunity to play. The only thing I don't like is game 163, because to me it makes, well, what's the point in what's the point in the Dodgers and the Giants playing? What was it, 19 times? What's the point? What are we doing it for?
I agree with that. I agree with that. And I look at the wild card. The wild card game is great. Like, I love the wild card game. The intensity, the pressure. It's almost, I mean, if somebody's in an elimination game or somebody's, game 7 or stuff like that, but it's one of the only times where you get that feel of the NCAA tournament or the NFL playoffs, where it's like
exciting. Yeah.
Everything's on the line tonight for you to get into the next phase of the postseason.
Well, there aren't very many, that's why the football postseason is so, like, it's one.
Mm-hmm.
You catch Kansas City on a bad day. Sorry.
Yeah.
They gone. They don't get game 2 to recover from it. You can't feel things out like LeBron James says he does every year in game 1. Ain't no feeling anything. You go out there, you've got one opportunity to get the job done. And I think the wild card is super exciting.
And our guy Rich, he's right. He says pretty soon the wild card will be a 3-game series. He's right. I think that would be terrible.
That ain't even a wild card. That's just another series. Just round 1.
The other teams just get a first round bye. That's all that is.
100%. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. We're coming back. We're talking about your Sacramento Kings. We're talking about Marvin Bagley in the game that he had as well.
Just wanted real quick, Yankees or Red Sox win tonight.
I don't care.
Go Yankees. Sorry, Jesse.
Why?
I like the Yankees.
Oh, do you? Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, LeBron. No, it's fine. Like, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, whatever. All right, LeBron James. We'll be back. It's D'Lo and LeBron James. More of that on the way here on Twitch, YouTube.
I can't see.
Back with more here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I love this. It took Steven 2 hours to find this stat, and he couldn't wait to post it. Took my man 2 hours. He was like, I'm gonna get KC. I'm gonna get KC. I don't give a damn if it's 2 hours later. What's that? Yeah, he told me. Yeah. Did he?
Who the hell are you, sir?
Sir, you can't be in here. I'm gonna. Like, sir, you cannot be in here. I need you to leave.
Oh man, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I got John. I don't think that's coming across the way you want it to, buddy. I need you to say that sentence out loud. Happy anniversary, John. We got to hit some air horns for John and Melanie when we get back. Let's do a quick little. I don't want to complain though, man. It's not a complaint. It's just I'm gonna do the house show like that. You can get your house show t-shirt over at DLoandKC.com, by the way. That's DLoandKC.com. Our collaborations with the Dope Ones. You can get our house show t-shirt, our second round t-shirt, our Chatty House t-shirt, or of course our Luke Belair Black Bottles t-shirt. So the draft, the WWE draft came to a conclusion, and I kept thinking as I was watching, because I watched for a few minutes during the Thunder delay, and it's like it wasn't. I watched the thing with Dolph Ziggler and Big E and Drew McIntyre. Like, oh, that's clever. That's a good way to tie in a bunch of different meaningless stories. Like I'm with that. And then I was football's on. King's about to start. I'm gonna walk away from this. So I'm following, and I know Becky Lynch, Big E, all these big names are moving and switching brands. And I was sitting there thinking, like, why don't I care about this? Like, this feels like it should be a big deal. And I realize I catch up on wrestling more than I sit down and watch it and take it apart. And why isn't this more meaningful? And then I realized it's like, what does the draft matter anymore? The draft is stuff. It's like they just arbitrarily do it. Like, didn't they used to do it after WrestleMania? And then they stopped doing, like, oh, we're things aren't really going the way we want to, so we're not going to do a draft. We're going to do a superstar shakeup. And it's like, if you really did a brand separation in which, for example, and obviously this whole thing it's already gone. Imagine Big E like a massive star on SmackDown, and Bobby Lashley a massive star on Raw, and these guys are building not for a month, not for a couple of months, but for like 2 years. Imagine if they were legitimately two different shows for like 2 or 2.5 years, what those matches would mean. But they're not even two different shows for like 8 months, because when something doesn't go right, and inevitably something won't go right with what they just did in this draft, and they'll do the superstar shakeup, and it'll just be a couple of guys. Oh, this guy's going here and this guy's going here. And all of this stuff is for nothing, because it creates no long-term, again, something that they lack is no long-term storytelling. You could tell great long-term stories if you actually had the two brands separated, but they can't do it. Like, they can't bring themselves to do it. They react in the short term. They react to ratings. They react to AEW. They don't ever plan stuff anymore. And I think the draft would be so much more meaningful if it wasn't once a year with a superstar shakeup in between. Got it, D-Lo. What happened?
That that okay from John Bull, that was hilarious.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Matt George going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes or so. He'll be with us at 3:20. Of course, the host of the Locked On Kings podcast. We'll talk with Matt George here coming up pretty soon. You can connect with the show at 916-349-1320, at DLoMKC on Twitter, at DLoMKC on Instagram, at ESPN 1320. Hey, shout out to our man John Bull. John Bull and Melanie, I think it's their 8th anniversary, 9th anniversary. Can we get some air horns?
I'm upset. I didn't know till 2:45 they would have been got some air horns, man. Happy anniversary.
I remember I saw it on Instagram and sent the loving couple a little note, or at least I think I did. I certainly meant to. If I didn't, John, here's my loving note to you and your absolutely wonderful wife, man.
Happy anniversary to you guys, man. And not only supporters of the show, but good people, man. Good
absolutely,
for sure.
Great people. Great people for sure. Let's get back. Oh, you know what? I mentioned the NBA GMs. Their little survey came out. Kings, they were in honorable mentions for teams that the general managers expect to improve. I don't know what that means. Lakers and Nets favored to win. Okay, welcome to the club. I found this one interesting. Kevin Durant is the MVP.
Yeah, I thought he was going to win the MVP last year.
But
I know what you're thinking. Like, you don't play enough games.
No, I don't think he's ever going to play enough games.
Yeah. That's a great point to why he wouldn't.
Is Giannis off the ban list now? Can he win the MVP again? Or is he still on the ban list?
He should be off. You never know.
He better
with these
be
guys,
off.
though. You never know.
Yeah,
I'm surprised. Well, they're not writers, so the writers will have a different outlook on it. But I thought they was gonna go Luka for that MVP.
You know who the writers are riding with. Know who they riding with.
Did you see? And now I'm gonna be borderline irresponsible and put words in his mouth that he didn't say. But did you see Jason Kidd basically called Luka a ball hog?
No.
About a week ago, he's like, "Yeah, we need to get Luka to trust his teammates more."
Oh boy! All right. Well.
Now Luka did in a related comment. Luka was like, "Yeah, I think he's right. It's something I got to work on and get better at as a player." So it's no beef. It wasn't nothing shady. It was constructive criticism.
Okay. Well,
but I'm going to run with that here in Sacramento. Jason Kidd calls Luka a ball hog. Next on D-Lo and KC.
Jason Kidd calls 2021-2022 MVP Luka Doncic a ball hog. Luka's going to win the MVP, and the Mavericks are going to be like 39-43. Believe that. They are going to get Luka Doncic his MVP.
I'm interested to see what happens with them, though.
The Mavericks?
Jason Kidd.
Sure.
Jason Kidd, a lot of clown behavior, to say the least.
That's putting it nicely.
I will say this. I thought he did an all right job in Milwaukee as a head coach. I don't remember his Brooklyn tenure. Maybe he was just terrible there. But I think I remember more so.
No, I don't think he was terrible. I think he just wanted out and wanted the Milwaukee job, if I remember correctly.
Wasn't Milwaukee first, though?
Was Milwaukee before Brooklyn?
I could be wrong. I thought Milwaukee was first.
I thought Milwaukee was his last one. I don't.
Either way, doesn't seem like, at least initially. Now he may wear on people, but
maybe I just get
not a scrub as a coach. So maybe he could add something to that team that Carlisle wasn't able to add.
Maybe I just get confused because he wants every job. Yeah, Jason Kidd would be interested in, Jason Kidd is interested in everything. He coached in Brooklyn for 1 year, is 44-38, and then he went to Milwaukee for the next 4.
Jason Kidd treats the NBA like college athletics. Like, he acts like he's starting at Sac State, and then he's looking to go to Cal, and then he's looking for the Kentucky job. Like, no, they're all on the same level here, Jason. Yeah. You don't have to, you're not graduating jobs in the NBA.
In the 4 seasons he finished as a head coach, he went to the playoffs 3 times, which to me, that's more questionable than if a coach stinks.
With him being gone after having some success.
Right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It seems like he wears on people. And after people are around him for a while, it's like, this guy is not cool at all.
I think he stretches the truth a little bit too.
I could believe that.
Like, I think there was something like, because no one will do the interview circuit quicker than Jason Kidd, whether he's lobbying for jobs that are occupied by other people, or he's out talking about getting let go from Milwaukee. Yeah. Giannis said he'd go to ownership for me and go to bat for me. And then like a day later, Giannis was like, no, I have respect for Jason Kidd. That didn't necessarily happen, but I have respect for Jason Kidd. He's like Urban Meyer out there talking about Trevor Lawrence's bachelor party. Like, what does this have to do with anything, Jason? What are you talking about?
Yeah, people bringing up the Larry Sanders situation. That wasn't cool at all. You can make the argument he killed Larry Sanders' career when he was in Milwaukee. So
you put all of the shadowy behavior of Jason Kidd in the background, and you just look at the fact, like, he went to the playoffs 3 times in the seasons that he finished, and he was fired and didn't get another job for 4 years. Okay, I got some questions. I mean, that's you're entering Mark Jackson status.
Now, I'm gonna also be consistent here, and I'm gonna keep the same energy, because I say all the time when people talk about Mark Jackson and why he hasn't gotten another opportunity, I say, well, not saying that it will happen. I don't know what's going to happen, but why wouldn't a Mark Jackson, and in this case, a Jason Kidd, get an opportunity to learn from his mistakes? Like, he had his first job, it didn't work, and maybe he looks back and like, if I had another opportunity, I wouldn't do this, or I learned a lot from this experience, I wouldn't make this same mistake. And with Jason Kidd, I don't know. And with both of them, it's more than basketball. I understand it's a touchy subject with that. I get it, but that's the argument I make for Mark Jackson sometimes, is like, he definitely didn't handle things right in Golden State 100%. But can he learn from that? Because other people make mistakes and they get the opportunity to learn and don't learn, but they get the opportunity.
Can you learn from everything? Can you? You know what? Let's drop it, because we're entering a territory that should be in a box, and I don't believe I don't believe the biggest issues surrounding Mark Jackson are going to change.
I understand 100%.
Now basketball-wise only, Jason Kidd has some issues that he has to clean up too. And I'm not of the belief he has. I'm not.
Well, look here.
Now you're in a fresh new a fresh new like management group. We'll see if it works because I'm not all on board for this thing with Jason Kidd working.
Well, look here. I'm going to keep it consistent. I never hide from the people. I hope it doesn't work out. I hope he doesn't learn.
Thank you.
Yes, I don't like the Mavericks, and I hope they burn in hell, as Samuel L. Jackson once said.
You haven't even seen that movie, have you?
No.
Thank you.
A Time to Kill, right?
Is that A Time to Kill?
I think it's A Time to Kill.
Is it? No, I thought it was something else. I don't want to say it out loud. I'm gonna get in trouble. 916-349-1320.
Yeah, no, it wasn't that.
Oh, it wasn't?
Okay. It was Time to Kill.
It's one of my favorites though. And I hope they burn in hell. Like that's like the equivalent of like if you show one clip of Samuel L. Jackson, it might be that one. It might be that one. Let's go to our man Neil here. Neil, what's up, buddy?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Neil, what's good, man?
Yeah, I wanted to jump in on what you guys been throwing around since the beginning, a little bit the vibe, and I guess give my view. I was a senior in high school when the Kings came to town, and I wasn't a fan of any other NBA team at that time. So, it was natural for me to just jump in on the local hype or whatever, and I was thinking last night that this kind of reminds me, because that 95-96 team that went to the playoffs, that was literally the second time I experienced the playoffs. They made it the very first year, and that was it. So, but going into that season, drafting Brian Grant and Michael Smith and just like bringing in Sharunas, Marshallonis, like, that was when, like, going into that season, had that same feel of they finally, like, added some pieces, got deeper, got tougher, just had, that they didn't have a lot of variations they could do before that. And it does have that same feel to me. I was thinking that last night, that this just has a different feel to it. And I've been enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm with you, Neil.
100%.
I'm absolutely with you, man. There is a different vibe. One thing when you talk about that 95-96 team, and maybe it's comparable here. It's not exactly comparable, but it might be close. 94-95, the Kings went into the last game of the season with basically a play-in game against the Denver Nuggets. Got beat down by the Denver Nuggets on the last game of the season. They were both fighting for the final playoff spot and missed the playoffs. And I just remember as a little KC, there was a sense of
7-year-old. 7-year-old Casey.
How old was I at that point? I was 11 at that time, so almost 7, a little older. 11-year-old Kenny Caraway.
Okay.
I just remember thinking, oh, they got it next year. They got it. And last year, I don't know if people had that same type of optimistic approach after they. Is it safe to say barely missed the play-in last year?
I mean,
it wasn't last game of the season, but it was like last week or so of the season.
It's technically it's accurate.
Yeah. So, maybe it could be the same thing. Added pieces, Davion, Tristan, Alex Lynn. It could be the same type of scenario. I'm with that. I see him working.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. She's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, going to join us coming up here in just a heartbeat. One more. Actually, there's a lot more I want to talk about as it relates to the game last night. And Neil, always great to hear from you. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you can. 916-349-1320. Shout out to our man Tyler Jennings.
Yeah.
Big day for Tyler. He's been open about the he's going in for surgery today. They're going to get that cancer. He's going to knock this out, and we're going to keep it moving and headed into the first playoff season for the Kings. So
yep.
Tyler, know that ESPN 1320, D-Lo and KC in the chat house, man, we're riding with you. We're waiting for you to hop back here in the chat and let us know all is clear and we're ready to rock. So
yes,
Tyler,
indeed.
We're thinking about you, my man.
Yeah. Shout out Tyler, man.
And I know Tyler was in front of the TV last night. Tyler was no, he wasn't. He was in front of the computer refreshing his browser over and over and over.
Did anybody watch? Because there's always some people who like figure this thing out. Whether it's the screen mirroring or whatever. Let me know if anybody watched the game on the TV last night.
I tried to screen mirror. I know how to do that. The problem
I think I know how to either, and it never works for me.
The problem was I kept having to refresh the browser over and over again because it kept stalling.
Now, see, I never had those problems. Matter of fact, I was playing on my laptop the Kings game and Monday Night Football simultaneously, just flawless. Like, it was great. Picture perfect. Both of them. I was surprised, to be honest with you.
Well, that didn't happen for me. So why don't you go to hell? Because I'm sitting here, refresh, pause. I'm so familiar with the game. I had to watch the whole damn thing over it again. I told you we were watching it earlier. We were watching Buddy's shots. I think it was during. I don't remember if it was on the air during one of the commercial breaks. There was a Buddy air ball in the first quarter. I must have missed. He missed it by about 4.5. I didn't see it. I didn't see it till this morning. So yeah, I didn't have the smoothest experience with the stream only broadcast last night.
Yeah, and that's weird because, like I said, at one point, because I really don't know how I let this happen. To be honest with you, I let Reese watch Spider-Man Far From Home on the TV, and
Kenny, you have 7 televisions.
But once again, I knew the Kings were going to be on a laptop, and I was downstairs trying to have quality time with my family as I ignored them and watched the game.
No, so while your wife ignored you and your son was watching Spider-Man, you were trying to have quality time while watching the Kings and the Raiders.
I was trying to get it in.
Kenny.
I was trying to get it in. So I was like, the Raider game, they scored a touchdown, and I was like, okay, they might have a little something going on. This may end up being a close game. I want to watch them both. My iPad is an old iPad, so the streaming is just not an option on that. So I was like, what happens if I stream on my laptop both of these games? Is it going to slow down? Am I going to have some spotty coverage? No, crystal clear, 4K HD, beautiful, beautiful. Stream was perfect.
Are you just purposely being a jerk? Is that what's going on right now? That's fine. You could just be a jerk. I'm going to talk to Manny anyways. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Manny, what's going on, man?
What's up, y'all?
Manny.
Man, I know since Casey's podcast has been on a milk carton lately, I decided to go J Street vibing myself last night. Went down there. It was a beautiful thing. I got excited. Man, I was sitting there yelling. Like, I know it's preseason. I know it's game 1. I know the lineups are going to change here and there and all that. But, dude, it was exciting to see, like, everybody look like they were so excited to play. The hustle, the defense. Buddy does what Buddy does. That's exactly what I expect out of him, regardless of what everybody else is doing. He's in his own little world. But it was just, I don't know, man. I do feel like Davion is contagious in what he does. And I think if Bagley can stay healthy, I think he can be a big part of what they're doing. And I don't know what it goes on beyond this year, but whether it's to get value or whether he comes around and wants to be on the team, whatever it is, I just like the way it feels. It's just a feeling of, I know, again, it's preseason overreaction, but it feels a little bit different. I feel like that you're 10 people deep easily. Like, even if some of those guys falter, there's guys there to pick it up for the guys that aren't going to do what they're supposed to do.
For sure.
Just so I'm clear real quick, you were so excited about the game, you went out and drove around J Street?
I went, well, come on.
Okay. All right. It's all right. It's all right, Manny.
Real quick, don't cut him off yet, Jesse. Manny, I got to ask you were in the building. Did we get any of those moments that we talked about, like when Davion was locking up, where people were like, yeah, let's go? Did we get any of those? Did they have any vibes during some of those defensive stops?
Absolutely. I definitely felt that. And I was really surprised, real quick, to add on, was Bagley got a lot of love in that arena. What? Bagley got a lot. I didn't hear. He got a lot of love. Like, I wasn't expecting. I felt like there would be a lot of people bitter with him, and there wasn't. I think everybody was like, let's get the best out of him. Just stay healthy, and everything else will work itself out, man.
Appreciate you, Manny.
I like that. Shout out to
appreciate the support over at DeLonKC.com too.
And you know what? I just thought about something as he said that.
maybe that's what Marvin Bagley needs, because you had a whole year of not being in front of the fans. He almost had a whole 2 years because he was hurt a lot.
Sure.
The first, season that got cut short because of the pandemic. He was hurt.
Which that whole season got stretched out.
Right. Exactly. Right. So then he tries to come back. It's in the bubble, whatever the case may be. Last year, there's no fans. You can make the argument he's at 18 months to 2 years of not like feeling the love, just literally on social media, hearing what people have to say, hearing what Adilo and KC have to say, and to get in front of a crowd, even though we show them love, but get in front of a crowd and hear people like say, hey, we're rooting for you. No, don't worry about like what you're hearing on social media. These people that are coming out to watch you play, they want to see you succeed. They want to show love to you. Maybe he forgot about that. You know what I mean? Maybe he's been engulfed in some of the social media stuff that's gone on for 18 months and forgot, like, no, all the Sacramento isn't like this. Like, we want to see you work.
Maybe Marvin and Earl and the crew over there at the team. Maybe they think social media is real life. That arena is real life. You think Vivek, or I know Monty's having some fun on social media with their crew at the Kings Herald all of a sudden? Hey, I'm here for it. Really, you think he cares? Hey, I'll say it. You think Matina cares? You think any of them care? Hey, I said what I said.
Calm down.
You think any of them care about what's going on social media? No. They care about if you bought a ticket to see that team last night.
Mm-hmm.
They care if you're going to buy a ticket to see that team last night. And those people in the arena, we've said this for so long. And I doubt that this is exclusive to the Kings fan base. I'm sure this is all over the country. Every fan base in every sport. The social media audience isn't the same as the audience that goes to the arena.
Yep.
It's not the same.
Yep.
And all of these, Marvin's going to get booed. All of these ridiculous takes. When has that ever happened? When?
Spencer Hawes. That's about it.
Was Spencer Hawes still on the Kings when he started getting booed?
No, you're right. He was gone by then, I think.
Hell, George Hill was frustrated. I don't think he even got booed at the arena. Like, come on, that crowd boos poor effort.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they boo. They ain't booing because you like the tweet.
Right.
Come on, man.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Stupid.
Man. That's a great point. So I don't know, man. I looked at Marvin last night. I thought he played well. I loved what I saw from him. There's even more times when I was like, yo, get him to rock. Get him to. Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
John's got a point.
Yeah.
Luke Walton is
good call, John.
Luke Walton's heard the birds. That's fine. Probably seen a few too, but he's heard the boo birds.
I now my memory may be off on this.
It's my coach though.
And John, you can tell me because you're at all the games. I literally can't remember. Was Luke booed like when his name was called during the introductions, or was it one of those things when the team? I remember a couple times the team got booed for poor performance, like coming into it. They called a timeout after giving up a 10-0 run and they booed the hell out of them. Was it that or was it during the intros?
Remember, I think Luke's been booed during intros before. I don't know that it was like long, stretches of games or anything like that. Isn't there a clip out there? What is it? The arena falls really silent, and maybe Buddy isn't out on the floor.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, what is it again? And some fan yells something that's very audible.
They were playing against Toronto late in the COVID cut short season, and I think they had tied the game up. No, they took the lead. This is like all under a minute to go, like under 30 seconds. They took the lead. Toronto comes down, takes the lead back. Luke draws up a play for De'Aaron maybe to shoot a three, and he misses, and they foul, and everybody's kind of in stunned silence. And somebody says something to the effect of, Luke, what the hell are you doing? Where's Buddy at? Or something like that.
I feel like it had something to do with Buddy. Like maybe Buddy was benched or in the, oh man. That I remember more than any boos because that was audible. That was super clear.
The interesting thing about that moment is like this is why Luke may never went over these fans, maybe because I think somebody was like super critical, and the Kings were like 19-6 in their last 25 games, and they're like, "Luke, you're an idiot." All right, calm down, sir.
Man, let's give Marvin some roses though. He played pretty well last night. 6 of 9 shooting in his 21 minutes. I thought again a lot like Buddy, and understand the expectations for Tyrese, Davion, those guys on the defensive end, they're not the exact same as the expectations that I have for Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley on the defensive end. I thought Marvin was good yesterday on that side of the floor. It also caught me that he shot 4 threes yesterday.
He looks comfortable with that shot.
He
from
did.
Anywhere.
I wonder if that's, I think we've heard various people say that's something that he was working on this offseason. I think Mark Jones even told us that one time. But do you think that's something we regularly see, Marvin getting up?
I do.
Good handful of threes, like really define himself as a stretch four?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I mean, I think it's something that he's been working on, and something that he's trying to incorporate into this game, something that the Kings want him to incorporate into his game. So 3, 4, 5 3-pointers a night, maybe more. I don't know, but I think that's definitely going to be part of the shot attempts that he gets up. There was times last night when I kept doing it again. You got a switch or something like that on the offense. Give him the ball. Give him the ball on the block. Let him work. I think they should look for Marvin a little bit more. Real quick, the funny thing about Marvin, you talk about his defense. Sometimes I feel bad for Marvin, and maybe this is something that can be worked on or something like that. But he seems like one of these guys, and I've seen them in my time playing basketball, that it doesn't really matter what they do on defense. The other person's going to score on them. And what I mean by that is there was a couple of times that I saw it last year where Marvin is locking up. Like he's in a good stance. He's doing all this. Shot goes up. He challenges the shot real good. Whap. Right on his head. It happened a couple of times last night where I was like, oh, look at Marvin playing good defense. Step back, corner 3. Whap. Right in his eye. And it's like, damn.
What's your favorite line? There's an NBA player too.
Well, this is true.
Marvin's career high in 3-point attempts per game is 2.5. That, interestingly enough, was last year. We'll see if it continues along the trend of 4 or potentially even more, as my partner mentioned. 47 threes last night for the Sacramento Kings. We've got a lot more to talk about this team, and we're going to do it with the host of the Locked On Kings podcast. That's
you got to ask this man something.
I know you do. We're going to lead off with that next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Let's see. Our Matt George. There he is. Boom, boom. All right. Wait, what's that? Oh, I've been down all day today. Let's have a house party. So I know you guys have been did y'all notice? I noticed something. So the callers sound better, right? Can we get a thumbs up on that? Like Mark Jones sounded fantastic on the stream. And then can you confirm this for me? Can y'all hear Jesse? Jesse, just say something here.
Mic check 1 2.
I noticed that the logo, the logo's not popping. So I just wanted to see if y'all could hear Jesse, because I get the feeling that you can't. Okay. Well, the callers are better, so okay. It's only been a year, guys. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll figure this out. Jesse, I wonder. Oh, maybe that's it. Jesse's paid exclusively for the radio.
Do it for Mitch.
All right. Well, I'm glad I'm glad we finally got the calls better. Now you guys don't have to leave when we get someone on the phone. Go to the app.
I think that's how you say your name. Alec B.
Yeah, the echo went away. I noticed that too, because when Kenny talks, the little pulse disappeared. So they did some work there in the studio for us. As John Bull says, we have to subscribe to the premium channel 68 so you can hear Jesse. Oh, wait, hold on. Where's Ryan? Hold on. Wait, where's Ryan's message? I don't see it. Ryan. There he is. Ryan, you got my number, right? The chat house wants to do something for your brother. If you got my number, shoot me a note or however you can get a hold of me, and I'll send you my number, man, because we want to do something.
Yes, sir.
The chat house, ESPN, we want to do something for you, Tyler, and the family and everybody.
Straight up.
Man, that's good stuff right there. That's great stuff, Ryan. Great stuff. I'm looking at this clip. No context whatsoever. Tracy McGrady. Bagley won't reach Luka's level. Wow. Man. How much they pay you for that one? Boy. Hitting us with the heat. I love that everybody's showing some love, man. That's good stuff. It's such a great little community in here, man.
It is.
Such a great community in here.
Robbie Gold to the IR.
Yeah, I meant to read that earlier. It's Press Juicery.
I thought Jordan Matthews was going to be a big part of this year, and then he got cut.
Man, I look like it's on this side. Man, that is huge.
Hey, you get scratched?
No, it's a pimple, bro.
Oh.
I'm 16. How do you use makeup to cover that up on Sunday? Dang, hell, man, it hurts like hell too. I think maybe someone punched me.
Getting beat up in your sleep by Ghost.
That might be.
What the hell did Tyson Fury say?
Oh, Lord.
Quote, Tyson Fury, I'm going to cheat again because I'm going to smash Wilder's face in.
Oh.
You heard it here, guys.
Hey. Saw love from my man, Shay Will. Shay Will be saying some crazy stuff. It's all love, man. It's all love for sure.
Basketball season. No. Basketball season. We got to talk to Jay Will.
Did you see the new crew? They trying to get it right this time. Did you see the new countdown crew?
I did not.
It's Greeny. Yep. It's Greeny. Mike Greenberg is the host. He's taking Maria Taylor's spot. So, okay. Your boy.
That is disrespectful to Mike. I like Greeny, but come on, man.
It's your boy, Stephen A.
Okay.
My guy, Michael Wilbon.
Okay.
And Irvin. It's basically Stephen A. got what he wanted.
He's back.
It's Wilbon and Magic with Stephen A. And then Greeny's going to run that show.
The problem, I keep saying it, to me at least, the problem with that show is they have to remain consistent and give us some consistent times. Like sometimes they bring it in, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they do post game, sometimes they don't. Give us some consistent times, man.
Oh, nobody got to see the creepiness that just ensued with Matt George joining us, but I could see his little camera pop up and just this awful like horror movie of it getting closer and closer to him.
Oh,
wow. Matt's rocking a Tiger Woods hat with a Raiders shirt. Okay.
Isn't that Tiger's favorite team?
Of course it's Tiger's favorite team. Tiger has good taste. And he likes to be punished.
Whoa.
Whoa. Oh, you're talking about the Raiders. We thought you were talking about something else. That's fine. Let's bring in the host. Official welcome to the host of the Locked On Kings podcast that you can hear on our Odyssey platform. You can get it wherever you get podcasts from. He's our good friend Matt George here. You know what, Casey? I'm out. I'll let you rock because you mentioned this. You mentioned this way back at 12:01. So, Matt, good luck, buddy.
Oh boy.
Well, look, I just have some questions. I just want to know what the context was. Because I hadn't got a chance to dive into the context. Okay, so maybe, there's more to the story. That's why we have a Matt George here where we can talk to him. That's why there is a Locked On Kings, so you can hear it more in depth. But we got him here, so I'm going to ask him.
I know where you're going.
Rolling through Twitter. Late last night, first thing I see, Locked On Kings podcast. Might have to check this out. Kings game, post game, all this other stuff. In big words, Tyrese Haliburton. Kings best player?
Got him.
Mark?
I got him.
What?
You said in big words? Is that what you said?
Well, big font, I should say.
Well, it is rare for me to use big words, to be fair. No, I got you, Kenny. I got you, and I got a bunch of people, at least in my YouTube comment section, and a few people who sent me emails just based off that. I clickbaited people. I gave it a shot and tried a bit of a little clickbait title, and it worked. 2 minutes into the episode, I say no, he's not the best. De'Aaron Fox is the best, but Tyrese Haliburton was the best player on the court last night, in my opinion. So I hooked them and I reeled them in a little bit. The only thing is, I guess you just didn't listen to the first 2 minutes of the podcast, Kenny. I explained myself.
Crafty.
I mean, I
also wanted to get you on here because I know. I mean, look, when you get 1 million downloads, a lot of people are listening to the Locked On Kings podcast. But for those who didn't get the opportunity to, and they just saw your tweet, I wanted you to come on here and explain what was going on.
Oh, so you're always looking out for me, Kenny. You're always looking out for me here on 1320. I appreciate that. No, I was extremely impressed by Tyrese Haliburton last night, his all-around game. Stat line-wise, it's not the most I think it finished like 13-5-5 and something like that in 20-something minutes, which is extremely efficient, but it doesn't necessarily jump off the page to you when you hear a conversation like, oh my God, is he the best player? But I was also playing with the fact that it's preseason basketball, and naturally we way overreact to positives or negatives. So I thought it fit the bill perfectly. Tyrese Haliburton plays better than De'Aaron Fox. Fox only scores 6 points. Hey, let's overreact and say this is Tyrese Haliburton's team now, and just let's get things going here during preseason. So I had fun with it, but no, I was very impressed by Tyrese. And again, I know it's preseason. They weren't taking on a full-strength Phoenix Suns team, but I was encouraged by the fact that the team didn't take a massive step back when De'Aaron Fox was struggling to score.
Yeah, what was the thing that stood out to you the most about Tyrese? You talked about the struggles there with De'Aaron, not being able to score, and normally, and I think De'Aaron has said as much this offseason, that's a death sentence for this team. Context is important. It's preseason game number 1. I don't recall seeing Chris Paul out there. I don't remember seeing Devin Booker out there. So this isn't exactly the Western Conference champion Phoenix Suns, but that ain't our problem. The team was able to kind of stay together after, with De'Aaron's rocky performance. But what stood out the most? You say Tyrese kind of held things together. He was the best player on the floor. What did you see from him where you're like, oh man, this is the guy. He's going to take a step this year?
Just like an all-around confidence. And I actually asked Luke Walton about this after the game, and I was hoping we'd get a chance to talk to Tyrese because I wanted to ask him about this too. You remember his first preseason game against the Portland Trailblazers last year, how he admitted after the game, like the stage was kind of big and he got lost in the moment a little bit. He was playing against, I think it was the Blazers, so he was playing against Dame and these guys that he's looked up to for a long time. And he just didn't look necessarily comfortable. Now, as preseason went on, he got more and more comfortable and he started the season playing very well for the Kings. This year, he looks like, it doesn't look like a second-year player. It looks like a man who's been, he's put on weight clearly with his body. He's playing just an all-around better game of basketball just based off of this one game that we saw. I was also paying attention a little bit because he said that he had, a foot injury or something, like a small little minor thing. He said it wasn't that big of a deal, but it got brought up in training camp. So wanted to pay attention to that too. But I was just impressed by his all-around game and the fact that, like, if we're going to see a lot of Fox and Haliburton playing together, we've talked about the possibility of playing De'Aaron Fox off the ball. And there are opportunities for when Fox isn't playing well or isn't scoring and he's playing off the ball for guys like Tyrese or Davion Mitchell to step up. And there was one moment in particular in the third quarter that just made me say, okay, that's like, we knew Tyrese had the ability to distribute, but he attacks the basket, gets by one defender, draws in three, and somehow sees, I don't know how the hell he saw it, but sees Buddy Hield in the corner in front of the Kings bench with two like centers blocking his way, throws like an over the shoulder kick out pass right to Buddy, easy catch and shoot finish. Like it was an elite play to me to see out of a second year player who can be a primary distributor, but that wasn't his role with the Kings last year. So that really jumped out to me.
We haven't talked about it much at all here on the show today, but just want to check the pulse. And I don't think we talked about it because we're not concerned about it. De'Aaron Fox didn't look good last night, but that's nothing, correct?
Yeah, and I don't recall him looking very good in too many preseasons, period. I remember last preseason, we were a little concerned with the fact that he was taking a lot of three-pointers, a high volume of threes, and they weren't dropping. And I remember interacting with fans saying, like, look, this is when you want him to miss all these threes. Like, this is when you want him to take these and figure it out. And lo and behold, he had one of his best three-point shooting seasons. Maybe not percentage-wise. I actually have to look at that. But in terms of the volume of threes that he shot, the confidence at which he shot the three-pointer, that was what excited me the most about how he was playing on the perimeter last season, to where teams started to respect it. But I remember in preseason him trying to figure that out, and shots weren't falling. So De'Aaron is still very much the 25 or 26 plus points per game scorer that he was last year for the Kings. He's going to be that and then some, I think, this season. This is still very much his team. Luke Walton still calls him the head of the snake, and rightfully so. Even if he has 4 bad preseason games, there's no doubt in my mind that come the regular season, Fox is going to be the leader for this Kings team. And as good as Tyrese is, as good as Davion Mitchell hopefully is, and even if the rest of the team is playing fantastic basketball, at least we saw last night that Fox not playing well is not going to drag this team down. But make no mistake about it, if the Kings want a chance of making the playoffs, De'Aaron Fox has to be the leader of this team. They're not good enough without him.
Absolutely.
Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, with us here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. What did you make of all the different lineups we saw out there, particularly the 3-guard lineups?
Hey, depth is a wonderful thing, right? And it's going to be interesting to see, like, Walton knows what he's doing, because he says, oh, don't read too far into the lineups that I put out there, and the starting lineup that I put out there, and proceeds to put out one of the maybe most ideal starting 5s in Fox, Haliburton, Harrison Barnes at the 3, which I know you guys love. And hey, no coincidence that Harrison Barnes playing the 3 and he got off to the great start that he got off to. I mean, no surprise there, led the Kings in scoring. And that's what he was doing at the beginning of last season, to your guys' point. So he plays very well there. Marvin Bagley, I've talked on this show before. I'm hesitant to give him a starting spot unless he earns it in camp. And he got an opportunity to show what he could do as a stretch 4. He didn't shoot. I think he only shot like 1 of 4 from 3-point range, but he got like 3 or 4 really good looks and still shot a very efficient field goal percentage with the opportunities that he got on the inside. It didn't look like he and Rashawn Holmes were too congested, which was exciting to see in the time that they played together. And I thought it was interesting that with Luke Walton's rotations, a lot of the times Bagley and Holmes would come into the game together or would come out of the game at the same time. They were playing together primarily, which I thought was pretty cool. But the 3-guard lineups, we saw a lot of different combinations, got only a very small stretch of Fox, Haliburton, and Mitchell in the third quarter. And the first play, I think, was a Mitchell forced turnover leading to one of the quickest fast breaks I've ever seen. Just Fox outlet pass to Haliburton for a dunk, I believe. So, and then seeing Terrence Davis work his way in, seeing Buddy Hield as a primary off the bench role, which I absolutely love. He still managed to take his high volume of threes. Just goes to show it doesn't matter if you're a starter or not, you're still going to get your shots up, buddy. So I like it. I liked what I saw, and I'm interested to see over the course of these final 3 preseason games what irons itself out. Is there a selection made between like a Tristan Thompson and Alex Len, who both played last night, and I thought both played very, very well? Does one of them shine above the other? Because I highly doubt that you're going to be playing both of those guys on a nightly basis.
We talked at length on the show earlier about Buddy Hield, and I'm not even getting into all this stuff that we were talking about as far as the shooting and elite stuff.
We don't have enough time left in the show to bring that conversation back.
No. But ironically enough, myself and Davion, we both agreed that we didn't see an issue with pretty much anything Buddy Hield did last night. I think that with his role coming off the bench of 5 for 15, that's something that's much more digestible than if your starting shooting guard is doing that every night for a number of different reasons. Because number one, he's a hired gun, so to speak. He's out there to get buckets. Number two, I fully believe 5 for 15 isn't going to be what he shoots every night. There's going to be nights where he's coming off the bench. He'll give you 7 for 15 or 8 for 13 or something like that. And you'll have some hot nights. So if you have that off the bench, it just creates a completely different dynamic to being able to kind of focus more so on the strengths of his game as opposed to the things that he doesn't do well. Did you see the same thing last night with Buddy Hield?
I did, and so did Luke Walton. I think Luke said after the game, he said, like, with the looks that Buddy got, if he gets those looks consistently, he's going to score 20 points. And now he's not saying Buddy's going to average 20 points a night, but with the amount of looks that Buddy got, good looks last night, looks that he got in rhythm, some of them just weren't falling. Hey, it's your first preseason game. The Kings were thrilled, it sounds like, with the shot selection of Buddy. I don't really remember him, and I could have missed it, but I don't remember him forcing up any shots like
there's a couple of rough ones out there.
Okay,
so like we were looking at them earlier. Like there's a couple, but they're rough in the context of like he had a lot of open shots that he just missed. He had a couple that he made too, but there are some. If we just label them Buddy shots.
Yeah,
like there are a couple of them. It's not like this was a clean game, and I know Luke was talking about that in the post game, Matt, where we're happy with the shot selection and then the flow and all that stuff, and it's like, all right, cool. And then we were watching it back this morning, and I was like, wait a minute, what? Yo, Buddy took some crazy shots last night.
I really don't remember that. Maybe it was just the online feed that I was watching and wasn't paying close enough attention. I don't remember like egregious, but like, cause I could tell you. Like,
I mean, they're not horrible. But there are some deep contested threes. Like there is a handful out there where it's like, Buddy.
But you know what? I think what comes into play here is with him coming off the bench, there isn't as much of a spotlight on the things that he's doing out there on the court. There's some things that we could just throw away from our memory. Like, it's the backup shooting guard taking an ill-advised shot. Tyrese will be back in the game soon. No big deal.
Truth be told, and I wonder if it stood out to you guys, like the main thing that stood out to me about Buddy Hield last night really didn't have too much to do with him. It was who he was playing with. Like Buddy played a lot with Davon Mitchell last night with that second unit, which we've talked about the possibility of that being a combination. And in addition to that, fans have been asking for this for a while, and Luke Walton seems to be implementing it. He was staggering De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton a good amount too. So Buddy spent a good amount of time playing with De'Aaron still. He spent a good amount of time playing with Tyrese, but the majority of the time he shared the backcourt with Davion Mitchell. That stood out to me. I don't know if you guys noticed that too.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to be fair because there are a lot of people watching and a lot of people listening. He took 15 shots. There's like 3 of them that you just kind of go, oh. I mean, and again, they're not awful, but they're still like, man, he shot it like the Kings. He shot it from like a foot away from the logo while being guarded.
Good shot. Good shot.
Buddy, what is that? But he did have a lot of open looks. It looked like they were actually running plays for him to get shots last night. And so I'm curious is that the call? Like, all right, buddy, you and Davion, you're up. I mean, we've talked a lot about who be the 6th man. I know you just mentioned this. Well, we got 2 of them. Buddy and Davion going in at the same time. Davion perhaps helps out with Buddy's defensive shortcomings a little bit. And then it's like, all right, buddy, we're going to run some plays for you. Go out there and fire. He took a shot 10 seconds after getting off the bench. And I thought that was one of the best shots that he took. It was a fake at the top and a step in just above the free throw line circle. And it just fell short.
The weapon that Buddy Hield can be, though, if he comes into the game with the volume microwave type shooting that he's provided before. Now that kind of took a dip last season compared to years past, but if Buddy comes into a game with the second unit after the first unit, let's say sustains for 6 to 7 minutes or takes a small lead or even falls behind early, Buddy Hield has the ability to single-handedly extend a lead or close the gap within a couple of minutes of him just being on the floor. And if he's going to be playing with Davion Mitchell, the elite shooting is going to be his number one calling card. It's if you're out here, I mean, we need you to space the floor. We need you to hit some shots and let Davion help you out a little bit on the defensive end. But I know Buddy's not just saying he's a one-trick pony, even if many believe he is. He's trying to do more, communicate, and we saw that last season, even if it doesn't always result in success. And I also noticed too, very little time. In fact, I don't remember. There probably was. I just missed it. Like Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley being on the floor at the same time. Didn't see a lot of that, which I thought was an absolute plus. No disrespect to the two of them, but we know how bad that lineup was with the two of them in defensively last season. So that stood out to me. And I wonder how content Buddy will be with a bench role if it means that he can still get his shots up, get his opportunity, and potentially play himself into a position where the Kings use him as part of their closing lineup if he is playing to the caliber that they need. Or let's say they're down by a couple of possessions with only 30 to 45 seconds left. You best believe Buddy Hield's in that game to get you some 3-pointers and get you back into the game quickly. So Buddy is still very much an asset, whether he's a starter or coming off the bench, regardless of how much money he's being paid.
You know, this unit that Buddy Hield was a part of, this bench unit, it really stood out to me, and it really impressed me and gave me a feeling that the Kings it reaffirmed that I think the Kings are going to win a good amount of games this year. And there's going to be some nights where that bench just, I don't want to say overpower, like I don't want to do too much, but I think what their bench will be able to do to another team's second unit, they're going to be better a lot of nights. And that's going to keep them in games. That's going to keep the starters fresh. That's going to allow the starters to not feel the pressure to have to come in and win a game by themselves. I was really impressed. And when I talk about the bench, I mean Davion, Buddy, Terrence Davis, Mo Harkless, Tristan Thompson, even Alex Len played really well. The depth on this team, on this roster, I think that is going to be something that we'll look back as the season goes along and says, hey, this bench, if it wasn't for them, maybe they wouldn't have won that game last night, or maybe, they wouldn't have been able to win 3 out of the last 5 or whatever the case may be, because the bench is really stepping up. I think we saw a little bit of that last night.
But Kenny, how about the bench challenging the starters in a couple different ways? I mean, if you have Buddy Hield coming off the bench, Buddy Hield has been a starter for a lot of games here in Sacramento. You best believe he's chomping for the bit if Tyrese Haliburton isn't playing well. Tristan Thompson's coming from a championship, or has been on a championship team in Cleveland. You best believe he'd be putting pressure on Marvin Bagley in this situation, potentially to play the 4. Davion Mitchell was an NCAA champion at Baylor. He wants to get into the starting lineup. And it's not just that. What happens when the Kings starters get off to a bad start? The bench gets them back into the game or even builds up a lead. Now it's on you starters. Like, we did all the hard work for you. We fought to get you back into this game. You damn well better secure this victory, or at least keep us in this game, regardless of what kind of talent you're going up against in their starting lineup. Like, I'm interested to see, you're 100% right with the depth and how they can work with each other, and how it's not going to be nearly as significant of a drop off as it was last season when Fox and Haliburton and the King starters would come out of the game. I'm interested to see, though, as the season goes on, how the bench challenges the starters, when the bench does what needs to be done, and now it's on the starters to get a fire lit under them and respond to the effort that their backups provided for them to give them an opportunity to win.
Matt, we posted the question over on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/ESPN1320, about what part of the game last night you enjoyed the most. Tyrese won, running away. But the options were Tyrese, Davion, the defense, and the toughness. Finishing second was the toughness. And, I put the toughness note in there and the defensive note in there because those are things that we don't really see often as Kings fans. And they were a big emphasis here headed into this season and through this offseason. What did you make of the Alex lens last night and how physical he was, with the Kings winning the rebounding battle? And I know that was a point of conversation last night from Luke and some of the guys who spoke to the media. What did you take away from, you mentioned Alex Len a minute ago, and the toughness that this team showed their first time out together?
Truth be told, I was watching the game by myself, so I absolutely talked to myself like a loser last night. But I found myself like leaning back in my chair and putting my arms behind my head and going, "Man, I could get used to this. I could get used to it. The way that they played last night." Now, I question.
I can see that visual, like without even a problem. I can see it.
Talking to my cat, and
like just, a bird somewhere around flying. Yeah, I see it.
A bird.
My social life is about as good as the Kings playoff chances
That's fine.
last 15 years.
You have a 1 month. You have a tiny baby. That's allowed.
That's a good point. And he doesn't even want to hang out with me. I helped bring the kid into the world. He's like, I'd rather hang with mom. But
He's
anyway,
maturing quickly.
Yeah, he's smart. He has his mom's genes. So yeah, but I felt like I could get used to it. Right now, I'm not taking it for granted yet, and there are going to be times I'm sure through the season where it's like, oh, Davion Mitchell, this is just what he does. No, it's just what he does. But make sure you appreciate it because the Kings haven't had it for 15 straight seasons, type thing. But in terms of Alex Len, like this is why I liked Alex so much in the 15 or so games that he played for the Kings a couple of seasons ago, and I saw these comparisons online, and I know it was a little bit of fun taking shots at Hassan Whiteside, but you could see the difference in Alex Len coming into the game and the immediate impact that he would make in the paint, defensively. My favorite part about Alex Len's game, which is something that you would think would be so common and fundamental in the modern NBA, but it's not, is the great screens that he sets. And I wish Marvin Bagley and Rashawn Holmes would watch him set screens and take notes. Now, I do realize Alex Len's body type is a little bit different from those two guys, but the screens that Alex Len sets, I could just watch all day, and you see it actually creates separation for the guards, which they can do something with when you have the speed of De'Aaron Fox or the IQ of Tyrese Haliburton. So I love Alex Len. Like I talked about a little bit earlier, I don't know if he plays over Tristan Thompson. And I think both of them within their first 30 to 40 seconds in the game, both of them got an offensive rebound. And I was like, hey, sweet. Second chance opportunities for the Sacramento Kings. They haven't gotten that too much unless it's a long rebound coming off the rim and a perimeter board. So the immediate impact was something that was nice to see, and something that is easy to get used to and probably easy to take for granted. And I hope at no point I personally take that for granted this season. But it's the same problem for Luke Walton of where do these guys play? When do these guys play? Because not everybody can play. You don't have minutes for everyone. So is it matchup based? Is it who's playing well in practice? I'm very interested to follow Luke Walton's rotations all season long.
Yeah.
I was talking about, earlier in the show, I just feel like Tristan Thompson has to play, and this is no knock on Alex Len, because like you said, I thought he played well last night, and it's not going to be a situation where he goes games without playing. But when you talk about a rotation, I feel like you got to find room for Tristan. I love the energy that he brings, the rebounding that he brings. Is sorely missed on that side of the bat. Well, he's a great offensive rebounder as well, but I'm thinking more so on the defensive end. And when you have somebody that has assumed the leader role and is the vocal leader, and he's somebody that in the locker room they kind of look to, I feel like that guy has to be able to walk it out there on the court too. And I mentioned to Damian earlier, there ain't no Herb Williams or Tree Rollins or Robert Parrish on the Bulls going on here. If you're going to be a leader, like I said, you got to be able to walk it. To walk it, you got to get the playing time. So I think Tristan should be kind of, I don't want to say locked in, but he should be an integral part in this regular rotation for Luke Walton.
Oh, I completely agree, just based off of his experience alone. And Luke Walton, over his last 2 seasons, he's talked a lot about trust. I don't know if you guys have picked up on that, but he's talked about, I remember when Kyle Guy was playing well last season. It's like, oh, he's gaining trust. He's earning trust. He talked about that with some of the new players coming in. When Terrence Davis was playing well, when Chimezie Metu was playing well, oh, he's starting to earn our trust. Tristan Thompson is a guy that Luke Walton clearly trusts, even if he's never coached him before, because they've been teammates. They've played together in Cleveland. They have the respect there. And he knows what he's going to get out of Tristan. Everybody knows what they're going to get out of Tristan Thompson. That's maybe the best part about Tristan Thompson. Some would say, oh, he's predictable. For a team like Sacramento, who struggles with horrific inconsistency for over a decade, having someone that you can trust to do the same thing, even if it's not the most sexy thing on the planet on a nightly basis, that's extremely valuable for a Kings lineup in the minutes that he provides. So I absolutely agree with you. I think as much as I like Alex Len, if there's a choice between the two, the edge goes to Tristan Thompson right now over Len. I think he just makes more sense with certain lineups and with certain rotations. I don't know how much I necessarily believe in Tristan's ability to be a starter on this team. And Kenny, I don't think you said that. I don't know if he's starting 4. He's certainly not starting over Rashawn Holmes unless Holmes gets hurt, knock on wood. So it's going to be a maybe 15 minutes per night bench role, but during those 15 minutes, is he coming in and doing what he does best, being a physical presence, helping on defense, securing offensive and defensive rebounds? If it is, it's an A+ for me, an absolute A+. That's all I need from the man, and the leadership in the locker room, which we saw. And we got that fun moment after the game, right, of him interrupting Davion Mitchell. He's 2 for 2 and interrupting little press conference things, but this one was live in the arena with Scott Moak, which I thought was fun. So I like Tristan a lot.
What are some of the negatives from last night? Anything stand out to you where it's like, gotta be better here?
A couple things with Marvin Bagley, and I'm really not trying to be nitpicky because overall I was more happy with Marvin than I was disappointed. There are a couple possessions defensively where I could tell Marvin was on an island. Like it was when he had to switch onto some guards and he just kind of stand there with his arms out and kind of look around like, someone communicate with me. Am I supposed to take ball or am I supposed to take this guard who's cutting to the basket? So I saw that a couple of times, which you would hope a 4th-year player, even if he's struggled to stay healthy and get on the floor that way, you would hope a 4th-year player is starting to grasp that defensively. So that stood out. But at the same time, too, there was a play in the 3rd quarter where he actually got scored on, but he switched onto a guard. It might have been Cameron Payne or something. I can't remember. And Cameron tries to get by him twice, and both times Bagley uses that lateral quickness that we've talked about to horizontal quickness to quickly just stop him and cut him off from the basket. He tries again, cuts him off again, results in a step back corner 3. Bagley contests, the shot goes in. I have no gripes with Marvin Bagley in a possession like that. Like, he just hit a good shot. He had one play to step back to create separation to shoot over the top of you, and he happened to make the shot. But you stopped a quicker guard from getting by you on a mismatch. Like, I love that from Marvin. And then offensively, there were still some moments of him being a little tunnel vision. And I need more rebounding out of Marvin. I need more rebounding out of everybody, but I just need more rebounding. He finished with like 5 boards in 20 something minutes when he could easily have like 7 or 8, I think, in that time, if he's aggressively crashing the boards. Now, at the same time, too, he's playing a little bit more on the perimeter than maybe he has in years past. So maybe that has an effect on things, but that plus the turnovers in general is me being nitpicky. But I said this on the podcast, truthfully, like 90 to 95% of last night was positive for me. Not overreaction positive, like Tyrese Haliburton is the best player on the Kings. But I left last night going, okay, I'm even more optimistic. I see what they're doing. I want to see if it's sustainable. That's how I felt last night, really, about everybody.
Davion Mitchell, I said, to me at least, he was as advertised last
100%.
night. I thought that his energy, the way he picked up the ball. Look, Matt, I made the argument earlier. Davion Mitchell is changing the NBA, not just the Kings.
That was his clickbait right there.
Yeah. Because
I like
there was a time when Elfrid Payton came into the game, Davion picked him up full court, locked him up, forced him into a turnover or whatever the case may be. All of a sudden, Davion Mitchell gets the ball to bring it up court. Elfrid Payton is picking him up full court. And I was like, oh, that's what we're doing right now in the preseason. Let's go. And I just love the energy that he brought, specifically, obviously, for the Sacramento Kings. And that's part of that second unit that I'm really interested in seeing how they play out, because Davion's defense, hey, man, I know it's a cliche. I know a lot of people, have fun with it. I think the effort that he brings on the defensive end is contagious. I think it's something that these guys are feeding off of, and they want to get in on it. They want to be Davion Mitchell in some respects and get that type of adulation and that love. So I thought he was as advertised last night. What'd you see from him?
Kenny, I found myself doing the Kenny Caraway last night, also alone watching the game by myself, but him being or picking up full court defensively. And I felt a little bit the Kerry Kenaway vibe talking about that, and I know the fans felt it as well. There was no sound, so I don't know how they reacted, but I saw the standing ovations, and I heard G-Man commenting on it on the radio broadcast too. So fans are going to love that, and I can't wait to see that with like a packed building on opening night against Utah when he's doing that to a guy like Donovan Mitchell or Mike Conley or something like that. But I mean, this might be clickbait, but I just thought of this. Like, is Donovan or Davion already like a top 3 most reliable King? Like, just thinking about what he provides, what we expect him to provide. And on every single outing, one preseason game and summer league, granted, and California Classic, but on every single outing, he has done exactly what we thought and have been told he was going to do since he was drafted. Every single game. It's the same effort, the same intensity, the same energy. Now, I still need to see it against top quality talent with major minutes in a meaningful game to say that, okay, this is who he is as an NBA player. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. But, I mean, I talked about it a little bit earlier, the Kings and their inconsistencies over the years. Davion has been nothing but consistent every single game that he's played in a Kings uniform so far.
Which is one. I just want to point that out. It's one.
There Kings in the front of the Summer League uniforms, Davion. They might have been reversible, but there was Kings on the front of it. So
it's true. It's damn true.
And he got a trophy out of it. 2-time Summer League champions, only team to do that ever. So hey,
MVP.
Yeah, well, Peyton Pritchard knows.
MVP.
But yeah, to answer your question, Kenny, yeah, I'm extremely impressed by him. Very excited by him. He creates nightmares for other teams. You can see immediately like turnovers and the franticness on offensive opponents when he comes into the game. It just picks up a level. Even if he doesn't deflect anything or force a steal, him just being out there seems to cause disruption with the way that he plays. So I couldn't be happier with what I've seen out of Davion so far, and I can't wait to see it against CJ and Dame on opening night in Portland.
And before we get there, what do you want to see tomorrow?
A better ability to take care of the basketball.
Yeah,
I guess is the biggest nitpicky thing.
Yeah.
And then a lot of the same. Like, is what we saw last night sustainable? Now, I'm also kind of interested in the starting lineup, but at the same time, not, because I don't know. I expect the same starting five. We'll have to wait and see. But is what they did against the Phoenix Suns, was that kind of fluky? Because if they go out and completely lay an egg against the LA Clippers and look very different defensively with the intensity and energy that they looked in that game, even if De'Aaron Fox suddenly has a good game, but everybody else kind of struggles a little bit, suddenly we're here on ESPN 1320, D'Lo and Casey going, which one's the anomaly? Was the one against Phoenix the anomaly, or was the one in LA the anomaly? So honestly, more of the same. Even if it results in a loss, who cares? It's preseason. But more of the same and taking care of the basketball, those are my biggest wish list items.
Consistency, right? That's what we want to see. We want to see consistency in the group, just as we've seen with the Locked On Kings podcast, which is available here on Odyssey. I know Locked On has launched a YouTube channel, so the crew over there on youtube.com/ESPN1320 can go see the Locked On Kings podcast channel. Always great content, Matt. Always a great conversation. We look forward to seeing you next week.
Can't wait, guys. I'll be here.
Right.
Indeed.
That's Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Again, podcast available here on our Odyssey platform or wherever you get podcasts from. And as we mentioned, over there on YouTube as well. I think he makes a great point that win or lose, obviously wins feel fantastic.
Yes.
But let's get some consistency here. Let's see that toughness be consistent. Let's see that defensive effort be consistent. Let's see all of the things that we've raved about here today. Bagley's effort defensively, Buddy's effort on the defensive end. Let's see all that be consistent. Now, the difficulty in that is, and Matt mentioned this too, not really being worried about what the starting lineup is, but can you maintain that level of consistency with a variety of different lineups?
It's gonna be interesting to see what Luke does with that. I think that with this particular group, you can, as long as there's a level of transparency from Luke Walton when he talks to Alex Lynn or talks to Tristan Thompson or Terrence Davis, like, hey, be ready. There may be some nights when you play 7 minutes. There may be nights when you play 27 minutes. I just need you for the best that this team can get out of this season. I need you to be on board and ready to go with whatever it calls for. Just know that you're needed here. Whatever we're asking for that night, you're needed. If there's that type of transparency, I think they can get through the regular season that way. Absolutely.
Keys to the Game, brought to you by Sac City Mortgage, isn't until tomorrow, but I already got protecting the ball on the top of my list. And we could call that a key to a win. You could call it whatever you want to. I'm calling it as that's what I want to see them do better.
Yeah.
Just with everything that you did yesterday, protect that ball a little bit more, similar to what you did in the closing weeks of last season.
For sure.
And give us, I think we'll have Man, we'll have even more optimism should we get some consistency out of this group. Should it not be a completely different game against the Clippers tomorrow night?
I'm ready for tomorrow night now.
Well, we got to get through to not. We'll get ready tomorrow. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll get ready for the second preseason game against the Los Angeles Clippers. Luke will talk in the morning. We'll monitor all of that stuff. We appreciate everybody for being with us. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. If you're watching, hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the follow button. Check out DeloandKC.com tonight. And make sure that you're back here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Ooh. It was coming back from a break. Man, Donnie's still in here. Donnie must be working on something. He got us playing in the he got us playing in the office. I'm gonna guess maybe 3:00. Somewhere around there. I'm trying to look to see when the chat responded, but it won't let me scroll that far back. I could do it on YouTube. I could get a feel for it on YouTube, I think. I think Matt wants to talk to us some more.
Matt.
No, truth be told, I forgot. I was just listening to the rest of the show and I was in other tabs on my computer. Hey guys.
Oh, okay.
You can just leave me. I'll just lurk.
Oh, that's fine. We could boot you out. We could kick you out if you want.
I'm surprised you haven't done that already. Like mid segment. Why are you laughing at me, Kenny?
I could just do that.
Oh, well.
Matt being startled when we came back up there. That cracked me up.
I forgot that I was like in here and you said my name. I was like, oh shit, oh god.
Like Matt's still here. It's fine. No, it's fine.
There's a baby and a bird on the other side of that door, so I'm staying in here as long as I can.
Okay. Well, go tend to the baby and then the bird. I got a commercial to cut.
All right. Thanks, guys, for having me. Sorry.
You're awesome, Matt. Thanks, buddy.
See you soon.
All right, man. Yeah, let me see if I can get this for Jesse real quick. Real quick. Let's see. Oh, Lord. 168. Ooh, man.
Oh, thumbs up.
Love y'all. Yeah.
That's what's up, fellas.
Oh, there's no timestamps on this. I think it's around 3:00, Jesse. Yeah, sorry. Pretty sure it's around 3. Yeah, Matt's got a bird. Matt has definitely got a bird. Oh, y'all, yes, absolutely, Roddy. Y'all absolutely deserve them flowers, man. We appreciate y'all.
Shout out Roddy. Shout out Steven.
Yeah.
Shout out Kieran the Bagley. Shout out John Bull. Everybody with the likes, man. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, not just today, but yesterday. I didn't beg y'all at all yesterday, and you got them likes in there to a really good number, man. So
we about to be on your homepage like Cool Kicks.
You know. Okay. Yeah.
Do you ever watch that?
Cool.
So I make the joke all the time where like I tweeted it out one time and it was like I sit up there and my son, he's watching these little stupid YouTube videos of kids watching kids play Roblox or whatever, right? And I like, this is ridiculous. And then I proceed to go on YouTube and watch an hour of people buying tennis shoes.
Wow.
And that's what Cool Kicks is. So they have it's a shoe store in LA. And they have celebrities end up coming in there and shoe shopping. And yeah, it's not even that good. It's just, I end up watching it. So they'll get all these celebrities. Oh yeah, let me get these. It's almost like did you used to watch that show on Complex? Well, I think his name Joe Puma.
Yeah, I've seen it. I don't want to pretend like I was a big viewer, but I've seen it. Yeah,
it's an extended version of that because that used to be like 8 minutes max. This is like a 23-minute, but there's no editing or nothing like that. They just got the camera, follow these guys in there. Yeah, I end up watching that. But I still have to say that's always on my homepage when I go to youtube.com. D-Lo and KC is going to be like everybody out there.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Gotta admire Cole, who's just like, yeah, you don't have to acknowledge us every day. Like, nah, that's okay. Okay, Cole. Like, we don't operate like that.
Yeah, man, we got to, man, because y'all
so good.
The love that you got and the support that you guys say yesterday, man, it's humbling, man, from myself, man. So thank you.
Yeah, the Dope Ones is a dangerous place to be. I'm trying to decide whether I'm buying gear.
I'm about to light up the Dope Ones tonight.
Dude, I want to get pictures, man. That's what I want. The music room. I want to spread those pictures out a little bit further and put some of Donnie's work in with those metal frames I have.
Yeah.
And because it'll go nicely with the work of art he's gonna put in the main room.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. In the main room. All right, y'all. I gotta read something.
Yeah, you guys know what I gotta do. I gotta go eat some food.
Love y'all, man. Appreciate you. Oh yes, good call right here. Check out the that's pretty hot. Raiders 49ers color, like their heat, like
dope roots.
I know he's gonna have at least one pair. I know he's getting both.
I don't think I'm getting both, but I'm getting.
I know you getting one of them. There you go, dude. Welcome to our world, David Jackson. All right, let's get out of here, man. Love y'all. We'll see y'all.